Hey there guys, it's Metro and we're back. And today we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday, but on a different class. Not a different spec, we're still doing restoration, that's the same. It's got the same name, but it's a different class. So let's get to it. I think this one will go faster because this character is way more geared, so I'll be able to do way more DPS. But I also want to go and check out this Darkmoon Faire thing. Because apparently, that's a thing. So let's go ahead and check that out too. I'm not really sure how we even get there nowadays. I think we go to Stormwind. And then there's something or other to do. Thing is, I only have enchanting, so we'll see. Voltaros, welcome. How you doing? How's it going? Thing for this Legion Hearth, huh?
I found you. Your presence is requested at Moonglade.
This character's I spent a lot of time on this character in Shadowlands, so this character is obviously a lot more setup than the last one. Crafted unstable Frostfire belt for blacksmithing, sweet. Yeah, could be a high level eventually too. You can keep upgrading it. Val, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Did I set my hearth there? Yeah, good. Darkmoon Faire is just right outside, right? Leveling has been really easy and fun this expansion. Yeah, it's I mean, look again. I cannot believe how many characters I've leveled. It's actually kind of wild, dude. And it's been fun too. Like yesterday was as much fun as I've had leveling since the alpha, to be honest. Like it was great. The dungeons are actually really fun while leveling. And I think the big thing is that you can do any of them. Any of the 8 that are out there can be done, which is not usually like that for leveling. Let's put it that way. It's usually only like 4 dungeons out of the 8. So you just end up doing the same ones over and over again. Hey Basada, what's up, buddy? Welcome back to you as well. How you doing? So I really don't know much about this Darkmoon Faire thing. I also should get the bonus experience thing, right? Is that a thing? Or is it only rep? I haven't heard anybody talk about it being experience. I got 2 characters now to 70 with 360, and now deciding next character. I think the best part is that you can play when you want, no pressure, as in previous expansions. Yeah, I think a lot of people are really unfairly attributing that to this expansion. That's always been true. It's just in your head, you know? Like, you could always have played where you want with no pressure. You just chose not to. You just chose to let parts of the game pressure you, you know? But I'm glad that it's helping people see it more, at least, I suppose. So I actually have no idea what I'm even doing here, to be honest. Oh, that's not what we want. Okay, so we gotta turn that off. Automation. Nope, I don't really know like where the profession quests are. But this is where you get the experience boost, right? You have to buy these or something. I remember doing this for a long time ago. And it's just gonna give us a buff at some point. Yeah, true, but the systems in the game that they had before were tiresome. Now it's more chill, which makes the game overall more enjoyable. Sweet. I hope that you'll feel that way like a couple months from now. I'm very worried about that because those systems were things that were evergreen to some degree, things that you could do for a very long period of time for progression, like Torghast especially. Something you would be doing for the entire expansion. So if all the content they have now is something that you don't feel like you're pressured into doing, then what are you going to do a couple months from now? That's my big concern. I don't know the answer to that for myself, so we'll find out together, I suppose. Guess we're going to be playing a lot of random characters just to fill time. Okay. Is that good or what? I don't see the buff. Okay. Alright, so it is an experience buff, yeah. Okay, let's just queue up. And now apparently there's also some quests here for professions, but I have no idea where they would be. Are they these quests? Maybe they're those, yeah. Stamp Thunderhorn.
Hey there.
Grizzly trophies.
See you around.
Don't think that's it. Food vendor, maybe this is it. I got burned out from Season 3 and 4 of Shadowlands. Was almost going to quit the game, but I'm just looking forward to doing Mythic Plus on characters I want. Well, Season 3 and 4 didn't have anything like that, right? That was mostly a Season 1 and 2 thing, so... That's what I'm saying. I just want everybody to be aware that they're like, you know, this is a fantasy, honestly. This expansion doesn't really... It hasn't really changed anything, at least not yet. Comparing the first 2 weeks of Shadowlands to the first 2 weeks of Dragonflight, really nothing's any different at all. The only thing you have less... you know, advantage of doing is Torghast twice, spending 2 hours and 2 weeks in Torghast. Putting trash to good use, and it's good if you know that, right? Because then when things start to change for your perspective, you'll have a better understanding of why, because that will happen, obviously. Okay, what do you have to go and gather stuff? Disenchant it? I'm not really sure. Resto Druid, surprised. Oh, you weren't paying attention yesterday, I guess then.
Charged us with protecting the life pools from the primalists.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun healing the dungeons, to be honest. I feel like there is more fear effect in the dungeons than most expansions. Fear effect? What's that mean? Okay, well, one of my favorite things about Druid now is that Arcane, or whatever it's called, Star Surge is just an instant now, no matter what. Oh, fear spells? Oh, yeah, maybe. I haven't really noticed many people keep bringing that up, but I think there's just like 2 that I know of, but they're missed all the time, so people notice them more. But we don't actually have an interrupt, so that's one thing that I'll have to get used to with this character. As you see, popping a Starfall on trash is very powerful. It's not even that, it's actually Sunfire. I like Resto Talent Tree. Feels like all the unknowns are viable and fun. They're really fun. That's one thing that I really was excited about to play this spec, is the talents. They have some really cool talents.
Only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. Such a pointless death.
Keeping those dots up though, pretty useful. We got Ursouls and all that. Oh yeah, it's a really short CD, you know, huh? 1 minute, yeah.
I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Damn, Metro's gone full altaholic. Well, I need something to stream, and this is the best thing I think that you can stream right now. Most repeatable content in the game right now, unfortunately. Not really anything I can do on my Death Knight this first week, other than mine, which is fun, but I don't think people would watch 60 hours of mining the first week. So there's no lunar empowerment thing at all now for Balance Affinity, huh?
No, these helps are pure. They will show you the truth.
Lots of spawns of whelps. Is Resto fun? Seems strong as hell in dungeons. Yeah, it's really nice. Well, it's definitely, I don't know about strength at least, but yeah, it is definitely fun. I've been wanting to play it for a while now. Oh wow, we got a trinket already. I'm doing Renown thing, and it's fine because there's several areas and quests. Yeah, that's not... I have like a passing interest in that stuff, but I don't really have much interest in it at this point. Did you do the side quest? No. I probably never will, to be honest. Something about questing at max level is just not interesting to me. When you take the experience out of it, it becomes a lot less interesting. Wait, 246, that's shit. I forgot about that. This character's actually geared. It'll be a long time before we replace this.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Oh, there is no dragons in this. Yeah, this character's so much stronger though, so these early dungeons should go much better. How else are you supposed to get rep? Whoa, content? The content that's there. That's a good way to start to get rep, but that's not going to get you very far. Seems like if you do every single quest in the game, you get 10 renown, but you need, what, 30 some renown? Or is it 40? I don't even know what the max is.
Now see to the others.
So we'll get it gradually over time with stuff that would be more fun. I don't really even need the rep. I mean, what's the point of the rep since everything's so optional now, right? As we were just talking about. There's a couple patterns that I wouldn't mind getting. I really want to get the Valdrakken Accord rep. That's the one I do want to get for sure. But other than that, not really anything in there that interests me currently. I'd like to do eventually the like stories, because there's like apparently stories with the reps, which is really cool. I quite like that. It's like they basically put all the max level content into the reps, which is probably something they should have been doing the whole time. I'm doing it for the profession, yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's a couple patterns from Valdrakken Accord that was interesting to me, but I want the alchemy stone. You can use that even if you're not alchemist now. Oh, really? That's cool. Won't be able to get that for a while, but their story unlocks deep in the rep. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's quite cool. That is actually very neat. I like that idea. Spec is this is going to be a very offensive spec in this expansion, I can tell. Right, see, so I never buffed, right? It only tells me if I didn't buff myself. I need a weak aura that helps with that. It's going to help tell me when I need to buff others. Otherwise, I'll just forget. The only class I play that, well, this and warrior, I guess. I don't play a lot of classes that have a buff, so it's hard to remember. Yeah, I absolutely love that Star Surge is a instant cast now, though.
The last pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements.
Some good talent still to come on this character as well. Hopefully today, hopefully the 10% buff will help. That will make it 10% faster, I suppose. Really, it's just going to depend on if the groups are good. Yesterday we had some pretty shitty groups. But I did have a lot of, you know, I needed the group to carry me, and this character is a lot more set up. As you see, I'm actually doing really good damage right now. And healing is so effortless on this character right now, at least. I did those zeros last night as Holy Pally, and it was like, holy fuck, it's... healing is hard now, man. It's like crazy how hard it is. You really have to work to get anybody healed up right now. But I'm obviously extremely under-geared on that character, so... I like how hard Soul Cleave hits now. Spirit Palm doesn't seem worth using anymore. That's good to hear, at least, if I ever play that spec. I never liked Spirit Palm. Soul Cleave is 45% of my overall damage. Oh shit. That's good, because they actually, I remember in like one expansion, I don't remember when, but they buffed it massively. I think it was at the end of BFA or something like that. Soul Cleave used to be like the worst damage spell in the game. Pretty much, it was like horrible. And they buffed the fuck out of it. Am I supposed to be thrashing? Is that normal with Convoke? I guess so. Like, you heal everybody up so fast, too. I think that's just because I'm so geared now, yeah. Alright, maybe we can pull more than this. It's as hard as my Death Strike does, but in AoE. Yeah, that's great. That's pretty cool. Sounds fun. Wish the transfers and stuff weren't so expensive. I'd transfer that Demon Hunter over, but I'm not gonna pay for that and a race change. That's just not gonna happen. So I'd have to level a new Demon Hunter, and I don't necessarily have no time to do that, but I'm not really prioritizing that. Sounds like the spec's gonna be like flavor of the month as well, so probably don't want to play it. Just for that reason. This guy's like, let's say, have no gear on. Do you have a race change? Yeah, you have to race change. You have to server change and faction change. So race change is part of the faction change, of course. You can't be a Blood Elf as an alliance. But I guess if you were a Pandaren, you wouldn't have to race. Well, it doesn't matter. It's all part of the same fee, isn't it? I don't think there's anything. I got 2 trinkets that dungeon. That's hilarious.
Thank you, champion.
Okay.
The life pools are safe for the moment, but
It's
the
dark.
primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
We're getting a bag too. Okay, where are these disenchantable things though? Where is that going to be? Soothsayer Dust. I did Mythic Zeros on Holy Poly last night too. It felt a bit rough because I was undergeared too. Wow, we had the exact same experience. How's it going, Zach? Where are these going to be? A lot of stuff on the ground, but I guess none of that has anything to do with it. Putting trash to good use. People don't just come to the fair for fun and fortunes. Most want something to take home with them, so I help create the magical trinkets visitors purchase with their prize tickets. For that, I need a steady supply of Soothsayer Dust. Take a look around the ground and you'll see a lot of discarded weapons. Those are the kind of items that can be broken down with dust. Okay. Oh, where are they? I see, okay. I already have 47% mastery on my Blood Decay. Nice. Mythic Zeros were quite hard on my rogue. We were like 315 average doing them. Gotcha. Were they hard though, or were they just not easy? Because I can't imagine them being actually hard. Like you wiped multiple times in there. Even on that character, I never really had. We had only, I think, 1 wipe, and it was because I just like randomly got killed from. It was on that magma rhino boss. I just like died. I was at like 37% health or something like that, and I thought I was fine, and then I automatically just died from that health. But the tank can still solo every fucking one, so it doesn't even matter. I won't be able to grind until January. Hopefully a healthy number of people are still running Mythic Zeros. No, you won't need to do zeros at that point. You'll just go right into the low keys. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think people have like forgotten what the game is like now. You don't. You know what I mean? Like, you guys just watched it, right? Like, a couple weeks ago. I just leveled that Death Knight and was doing 15s this the first day of the season. Now, obviously, this season's going to be harder, but you go from greens to 15s in one day in previous season. So, what is that going to be like this week? It's going to next week. It's going to be like what? I'm going right to 12s or something like that. I mean, Yeah, I don't know.
When Balakar's warriors
We wiped to the isolating halls of infusion. Also the tree boss in academy.
weapons of war
I meant like you'd have to be wiping in like
when Granith's blood soaks the
you'd have to be wiping in each dungeon multiple times for them to be considered hard in my eyes. Where's everybody? What are you guys doing? See, this is why this fucking dungeon is gonna suck, dude. This is gonna be an absolute nightmare for pugs. Everybody just goes different places every time. How fast is the dungeon leveling? It's a lot slower than regular questing, it seems. But with the Darkmoon Faire buff, it'll be slightly better. Don't want to have to keep coming back here, but with the dungeon leveling route, you can. The tree boss is the hardest boss by far. Is it? That one seems super easy. Okay, we gotta clear this trash. Can't really just skip it. Dungeon leveling is just mindless. Right, it is very mindless. I agree with that. Well, they gave us BR monks more health. No, that's tomorrow, but yeah. It's with the reset, as it says. I didn't know I'd be able to jump straight into Mythic Plus. Oh, of course. Did you not play last season or previous seasons? I literally did this like 4 or 5 times recently, so that's I guess why I'm so keen on it. But the last few weeks of each season get pretty boring, so I did it a lot in season 3 and a lot in season 4. You can take the characters like and in season 4 it was particularly noticeable, so I'm not even sure that we can make a fair comparison about this. In season 4 I went from greens from season 3 into 15, you know what I mean? So that's even more powerful, but this season was an outlier I think in many ways. So yeah, like 230 or yeah 233 gear, what would the equivalent of that be right now? I don't even know. Probably like 350 or something, maybe. I don't know. No, and again, that's not even. No, that wouldn't even be the case. It would be like you're like fresh 70. That would be the equivalent, I think, right now. Hey, Strummy, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Little sad they nerfed Assassination Rogue. The spec was looking to be really fun in raid. Gotcha. Well, they just nerfed that one thing, right? I think it was already behind Outlaw. I thought it was the worst spec by a mile from what I read. I've been mainly a classic guy. Can't remember the last time I grinded on retail. Oh, wow. What's going on here? Just pull the fucking trash, dude. These fucking tanks are like so weird. They need to nerf monks, do they? What, Windwalker, you mean? Assassin was doing really well in all content, really? You sure about that, or you just that's just your experience with it?
Granite has landed. Strike now.
From what I saw, the other 2 specs were like the best 2 specs, like some of the best 2 melee in the game, and Assassination was super low. But who can you trust nowadays, you know? I got like no drops in Mythic 0 this week and still sitting at 364. That's still pretty good, yeah. You can go get some world content done too, get some gear. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna take the day off and make a video instead and go do some world content, get some of that caught up. I got 379 staff from World Quest, yep. They did there's no new profession quests this week, is that right? It's only gonna be once a week, I guess.
Ready to fire!
Can you stand against my might?
Let fly!
I'm waiting on someone to complete my 388 shoulders. Oh, really? 384. Yeah, I haven't seen a single blacksmithing thing, so guess I won't be leveling that profession anytime soon, but it'll get done eventually. It's disappointing. I really like blacksmithing, but unfortunately, the early situation here is not great. Thanks for sub, Jorge. Thanks for sub. I can't do 5 orders because I got no friends. You can also do them yourself if you have an alt now, so that's what I did. Just put them in on your alt. I needed the gear anyway on my paladin, so it was perfect.
Onara's song to conjure an avatar of the storm.
Alt has to be 70? Maybe. I'm not sure, to be honest. I didn't even try, and I didn't know you could do it until I got the character to 70. I thought people were trolling when they said that. It sounds not... Wait, what happened to the... Oh, we fucking died. Right. Okay, great. So we lost the experience buff. Jesus Christ, man. Fucking man. Okay, no problem. We'll get it back.
Continue your work.
Hi, morning, X-Tank. What's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Was going to ask about the Druid, but you're leading damage and heals. Yeah. This character's like kind of geared too, you know, so it's probably because of that right now, but we'll find out a couple hours from now. We got another tank who's just living in a fantasy world here. He thinks he can skip all this shit. So that is kind of making things a little bit more skewed, but dude, to fucking Convoke as a Resto Druid is like overpowered as shit though. Like I can't believe how powerful that is. Oh, we could skin these too. Oh, Rousing Air, right? Holy fuck. Let's skin him. We got to make sure we skin too, because that's going to be pretty much how I finish these characters up. Whatever I don't get on stream, I'm going to just go and finish with professions. That might be a problem for me as a tank. I want to pull all the packs. And here you have to. Like, you could probably avoid it on normal, but I don't see why you would put these habits on already. Like, this is a bad idea to do that. You're not gonna be able to skip those on any real difficulty, so you gotta pull them. This whole dungeon is gonna be a mess because of that. There's gonna be a lot of things that you look like you can skip, but you'll accidentally pull at some point. And when you realize that that's the case, you'll end up being way over count, or count becomes a more pressing issue. So it's not really. I'm not sure. Let's go to that one first. It becomes a more pressing issue. In this dungeon, there's not. I don't know what the route's gonna look like, but what I did on the beta, it seemed like count was gonna be a real concern here. But we'll see. Couple days, 7 or 8 days left, right? 8 days, I guess. Well, the likelihood that we get in and on Tuesday is low, but we'll see soon enough. This dungeon is going to be my Iron Docks. I think I need to do as much practice in it as I can to make sure we get everything done. I think no, not this current week. No, we got to pull another week. First time we did this one on Mythic Plus, count was really hard to judge. Yeah, it's gonna be a thing. Count. It seems like it's gonna be really tough to figure out because, you know, it's probably encouraging you to skip some things, but in the pug world, they're gonna be really risky to skip. You got to skip at the end, and if you haven't seen how, I should maybe make a video on it, but it's actually very possible to skip every single trash mob at the end without an invis spot. Slowly but surely getting my carriage to 70. Oh, sweet, man, that's cool. How are you enjoying it? These don't even give a buff in normal. It's weird. Weird. A video with your route plus skip may be good. Yeah, definitely should make a video on that, I think. Is MDT updated to all the dungeons? It probably is, right? I'm absolutely enjoying this expansion. That's great, man. Yeah, it's a really good one. Really good one. I really like it. Dragon riding is really cool. No idea what I'm going to do at max, but that's also why I'm not sad I haven't hit 70 yet. Yeah, no doubt. Fair enough. Best part of the expansion is the start, man, because you know, endless possibilities out there. You can do anything you want at that point. I'm really enjoying these first 2 weeks. It's refreshing. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do next week, but that's why I'm leveling all these characters, so we have zeros. We can do zeros on all of them, just for fun. But leveling the characters has been extremely fun. Hit 70 last night. Had a set of 343 gear made for my pally. Just need neck cloak, rings, and trinkets. Yeah, unfortunately there are none of those from what I've seen. Cloak is only for tailors for some fucking reason, and I think the rings are also in the same boat. I can't remember why I don't have rings. I remember looking it up, but I've done so much in like a short period of time that it's actually like really hard to even remember what the answers to some of these questions are. Even though I just answered them like 3 days ago, I don't even remember. I leveled my Resto Druid entirely through gathering, 3 dungeons, and only the main quests, and my damage felt so low the whole time. Well, that's because you didn't get any gear, right? That's the problem with leveling through gathering. You gotta get gear from somewhere.
They have desecrated the graves of our first ancestors, Tira and Maruk. Destroy these grave robbers and return our ancestors to their rest before they are forced to fight in Balakar's name.
Why does it say we can? Oh, we can actually suit that. I say 7.
I cannot face my ancestors.
I wish next week they'd give us Mythic Zeros with the 8 in Season 1. Oh, they're never going to do that. So. Mythic Zeros, that's not. Mythic Plus and Mythic Zeros are different. Hello, better playing Druid or Shami? I haven't really. I don't know, both. I like both a lot, yeah. They're both just alts, so I don't really try to compare the alts very much. I really hate that random requires profession to equip stuff like cloaks. Yeah, I don't know why the hell. You can actually make, like, I got one made in a work order and I can't even fucking wear it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's bizarre as shit. It's got to be a bug, right? One of those two things is bugged, whether or not. Like, I don't know. You really should never have something that you could make that you can't actually wear. You know what I mean? But I guess you can do it, so. You can actually have any gear in the game made, I guess, huh? Even like leather as a cloth character or something. At what mythic level does race plus class start to matter? Never.
I am the messenger of death.
It's a common misconception in the game. The level has nothing to do with it. It's just people try to turn this game into like a PvE versus P game instead of just PvE game. Blizzard has not designed any content for race and class to matter. But the community has made it seem that way, so it's hard to separate those two things. You are prefer more Druid. I'm not preferring either. No, I'm just leveling both right now. I haven't played either enough to give you any real critique on the class right now, sorry.
I am the messenger of death.
Yeah. So, it's hard to get used to that. What level are you? I just started, so 60. I'll be 61 after this one. But I already lost the experience buff, so we gotta get that back. Hopefully I'll remember. I think I will, because we'll be in the Darkmoon Faire for it. Interesting seeing someone on Brew. Felt like I wasn't going to see anyone playing Brew. Me too. Remember, if you want to do DPS, play Shaman. Heal, play Druid. Gotcha. I think No-Code is my least favorite of the expansion. Wait, did we even get that one? Yeah, we did. It just looks dull and it's kind of annoying. I like the idea of an entire zone for a dungeon, but I didn't like it very much. Gotcha. This will be the hardest one in Mythic Plus in my estimation, so we'll see. How good is leveling through dungeons? Not great, but it's fun way to level healers. It's definitely, I'd imagine it's faster to level them this way than it is to go and do questing as a healer. I think if you are anything below top players in the world, you shouldn't care about Rachel's. Yeah, even them. Like, the problem is they play the game against other players instead of against the content that Blizzard gives them. So they try to take every advantage they possibly can. The way the game is played, in my eyes, is always meant to be against yourself, against the content, you know? So there's no reason to try to change your race just to be slightly better at content that not made for that, you know? Just do as good as you can, and given the race and class you have, that's what the game is. It's an RPG, you know? You shouldn't have to change your actual role-playing identity to be slightly better in a video game. I mean, who are you impressing at that point, you know? Did Resto Druid receive a nerf? Not yet. It's coming, though. Very small one. If you have a good group, dungeons can be very fast. Dorky was doing a level every 20 minutes. Yeah, well, I'm just pugging, so that's not going to happen. They were like probably like 25% slower than levels I was getting out in the worlds when I did them yesterday in the Shaman. Races only matter in PvP if you can specifically choose mechanics like Escape Artist. Don't change your race unless you have a thematic reason to do it. Yeah, that's exactly right. I always choose the race. Like, the race is your character, you know? So that's you gotta be you gotta be thinking about that. Like, that's playing a race that you don't like just to play a specific like power scale. I don't really know. I could never do that. I'm torn all day. Dwarf is too good for most cases. Dwarf is definitely an interesting one. I could see myself playing it personally, but not because of the power it gives. Okay, so this guy doesn't want to skip this shit. He just wanted to skip random shit we didn't need to. We needed to actually pull earlier, huh? Where's this guy? Pandaren for life. Yeah, cool. I did pick up Valpera for my Bloody Cage just because I wanted to see how how if I'd noticed that ratio. It wasn't specifically doing it for power. Nice. What is their nerf? I think it's like a small % damage or healing reduction to regrowth or something. It's in the WoW post. You can take a look at it. Call me vanilla, but I like humans. I like humans too. They are definitely my favorite race on Alliance, which is kind of weird, but... Have you just been running dungeons or quests to get 70 on your alts? Last 2 days we've been doing dungeons, yeah, because we're leveling the healers, so... Oh, what are we even doing right now? I should honestly just leave this group. I imagine you're getting instant queues with the healer. Pretty close to instant, yeah. They've been 2 minutes or less in my experience so far. The queues, yeah, definitely under a minute. It's usually pretty normal. So you see, you can actually skip every single mob in this area. Whether you could fight this boss without killing these mobs, don't know about that. I don't think so, but thanks. Somebody in my guild is 383 and renowned 15 on 3 reps. Wow, that's pretty badass. The reps give some good gear too, right? Any plans on leveling a DPS spec? I'd like to potentially level a hunter or something like that, but I won't actually play them. You won't ever see it like as content on the channel. I won't be playing DPS, but I think it would be fun to level a hunter. They look really fun right now. How long is the DPS queue for people? Well, I don't know. Somebody in the stream yesterday said that they were waiting almost 30 minutes. So I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I decided on. BM Hunter for this expansion? Oh, that's cool. Survival Hunter? No. Well, actually, Range Survival Hunter sounds interesting to me, but I'd rather just play BM at this point. BM or Marks. I don't know. Marks is really fun, but I think BM would be more interesting right now because they seem really powerful. Figure it's the easiest to do damage on for my handicapable ways of playing. Yeah, no doubt. Definitely the case. And it's tuned really well right now. I hear Marks is scuffed right now. Yeah, it's definitely not as powerful, but it's a lot more fun than BM in my eyes. Aim Shot is a fun ass spell, I'll tell you what. I like that spell. Most of the dungeons I've done have just been to help DPS get in because they complain about waiting over an hour. Oh yeah, is it really that long? An hour? Holy fuck. How are you handicapped, or do you just mean as a joke? Yeah, he's just a joke. To be honest, all 300 specs are behind the pack. Oh really? Okay. I'm just not good at the game is what I mean. You're better than you'd think you are. I don't know why you'd say that. Don't be a cop, bro. That is what makes you bad. Thinking you're bad. Low confidence levels in this game is the killer. More than an actual skill. It's just pressing buttons on a keyboard, you know? I heard somebody say this the other day, and I think it was funny, but it's mostly a joke. Somebody was saying that all things on computers are just using your hands to press keys on a keyboard. The difficulty comes in your head. And I was like, huh, that's actually not true, but it's an interesting point. Because at the end of the day, that is actually just kind of a fact, but not really a good expression of that fact. That being said, overconfidence can also be a killer. I find if you're overconfident, you end up getting that changes quickly. Let's put it that way. You won't accidentally have overconfidence for long. Beastmaster is always at a special place though. Even if it does 10% less damage, it can do its full rotation at range while moving. It's the mechanical workhorse of every expansion. Yeah, and in like raid content, it feels like immensely valuable. Don't understand why most DPS do so little damage. They're probably low geared, right? Honestly, the hardest part of switching to Hunter is not having any good transmogs. That's my issue with the Shaman. Yeah, I don't have transmogs at all. I need to get them. A ton of getting better at the game is getting the right tools to give yourself the information that you need. The correct add-ons, weak cores. Well, that's certainly the case. Yeah, no doubt. And recognizing that you need help in those areas, right? Like we had this conversation just on stream the other day where somebody was like, "Oh, you don't need add-ons. I don't blah blah blah." You know, it's like, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, let's get serious here, right? We all need add-ons, man. I don't give a shit how good you think you are. Do you, you know, absolutely require something to track Bone Shield or something like that? No, absolutely not. But should you? Yes, obviously. Why the fuck would you not? It's not, there's no penalty to using these add-ons, you know? It's like maybe like slight performance on your computer. I don't know. And that even gives experience too. That's cool. Not much though, so that is 61 though. We dinged 61 there. So talent points, hello, we got them over here. Nope, keep trying, this is one. So our next talent point is going to be the extra luxuriant soil. Rejuvenation now has a 2% chance to create a new rejuvenation. So basically what I'm looking at here is like a bunch of different spells that help me get rejuves up on extra targets. And different values from rejuve in general. I think it looks really fun. We're going to try it out. My guild treats me like a foreigner. All my question goes unanswered. I'm the highest geared person and shared all knowledge I gathered for raiding, and I still feel like an outsider. Usually I would expect that to happen because a lot of their conversations are happening like in Discord or something like that. In the past, like I've had people criticize our guild for that, but it was always because we'd have like 10 people in Discord talking all day, so nobody would really even pay attention to guild chat much. So just check and make sure that there's not like a conversation happening elsewhere. And if you're sure that it's not, I mean like in the Discord voice chats. But if you're sure that it's not, then I guess, yeah, you guys just have some dysfunction there. Not everybody's like socially inclined, you know. A lot of people who aren't going to want to have a conversation with others, unfortunately. Does that won't aggro if we walk right through the middle? Didn't expect that. I thought they would for sure aggro. I've been pulling them. I only transmog my hunter's guns to bows because I strongly prefer the bows. The rest of it I don't care about the appearance at all. You don't transmog your gear? Well, that's gonna be it here, man. Sorry, we're gonna have to. Any mods here? That's interesting, but yeah, I can't imagine playing the game without transmogging it. Ban him. Yeah, this dungeon's a little bit harder than the last one, I guess. There's quite a big trash skip where priests levitate in Azure Vault. Have you seen it? No, I don't know how. Where can I see it? No transmog? I'm calling the cops, yeah. I mean, the very last sentence is that I'm glad transmog exists for people who like it. I know, I was just being sarcastic. Isaac, either move or try to make a specific friend. Just one individual in the guild. When you have someone you know is on your side, it's easy to feel more at home. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it also like depends on what the conversations are like. I think a lot of kind of pointless stuff gets said at times in this game. So not all of it needs to have a response. But I'm not really sure what the situation is. I just know for years and years of being a guild leader, it's people have said that kind of stuff before, and it's usually just doesn't seem important to me as a player in a guild. Especially nowadays with how easy it is to like look up information. If somebody asks a question that the answer is go to Wowhead, I don't even really want to answer that question because it's just going to be looked at as like a sarcastic response. But in reality, the answer to almost all questions nowadays for WoW are go to Wowhead. It's just too good of a resource. I don't transmog at the start of expansion. I want to see how bad I look. Yeah, no, I guess it gets expensive too if you're gonna transmog constantly, huh? I don't transmog either because it only costs gold. Only because it costs gold, gotcha. Yeah, I suppose that's yeah, it adds up over the start of the expansion. For me, it's like that's become part of my character's identity though. I don't think I could not transmog. I asked for someone to send me the work orders and I would pay them back and no one replied. Well, yeah, you can do that yourself, or you can just put the work orders, right? Like you don't need anybody to reply to do that. Just put the work orders in and then tell them they're doing, like you're doing it. Put the work orders in and be like, hey guys, by the way, I put up 4 work orders in the guild thing, so maybe you guys want to check it out. And then maybe they do it, maybe they don't, but that's as much as, not really much of a conversation is needed past that. So now with no astral empowerments or whatever, what do I just spam Star Surge on single target? Oh, I don't really get the whole DPS part of this. I used to have the actual balance druid thingies. I don't even know what you're calling them. Astral empowerments, I think. Is that right? That might not be it. Does anybody know the price for all these secret perks and privileges? What's that mean? I think I feel you, but you have to realize this. Think about how lazy the average person is, then understand that 50% of people are even lazier than that. Well, there's also like I said, the social thing is not to be discounted. Like, let's put it this way. If somebody said something that I don't feel I have any knowledge of, I would be very hesitant to have any conversation about it in this game. You know what I mean? So, and that's me, somebody who, you know, basically communicates with other people for a living. So, imagine somebody who has like something more severe about their social anxiety. They're gonna be very unlikely to communicate over basic things. That's, you know, the game does collect a lot of that, for better or for worse. Not to be discounted, I think. Turning into a cat is pretty cool, I hear. No, I won't be doing cat form, that's for sure. Wait, what the fuck is up there? Oh, there's mobs up there. What is up there? What the hell is that? It's like another path through the... Everybody goes this way, but what's that way? See, I never did this dungeon on the beta, so I don't even know what it is. It's a different path. Oh shit, what the fuck? Takes you to the same place? Oh, it's much longer though, it looks like, because you gotta go back and around, huh? I hate the Druid class tree. Not being able to cross from the top left or right to the other side at all is really weird. Oh, really? Well, I don't know about the class tree. I guess the class tree is kind of weird, I agree. But the Druid talents in general are awesome. I really like both the Bear and the Resto ones. Oh yeah, we have the spells. I always go like 3 times that direction you were looking, not the way you're going now. This seems way, way shorter, I guess, yeah. The spec trees are good, yeah. What is dazzle? Dazzle! Disoriented now, okay. Oh yeah, and it just comes here. Holy shit. Wow, that's fucking cool. Goddamn. That's a great dungeon. It's like just one of the coolest dungeons. See, like, here's an example in the guild chat there. Lara said this, and it's like, okay, I read it, and that's it. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not inclined to reply, even though maybe it's socially rude to do that, but I'm just not. I guess I could say thank you or something. Thanks for the tip.
The winds are always in my favor.
Blinding Sleet on Blood DK feels fantastic. Oh, really? I haven't taken it. I guess there's a good amount of things to interrupt in this expansion, though, so maybe it's something I should think about. Where do you find it very valuable at times? Like, I can't really think of many places that I would use it, but I bet there are. Any big ones that really stand out or no? I'm doing a rock climbing questline. Blizzard definitely went all out this expansion. They put so much effort into the world. It's crazy. It's so nice, and it's like the best part about the expansion too. And like we were saying yesterday, it like plays into what's good about the expansion already, you know, because you have professions, like all the things that have been revamped kind of like build off each other. And it's really cool. I think this is not something to like, the fact that you have a lot of content in reps now is really fucking cool. Pretty much all the content is in reps now, right? So if you don't, basically if you never touched a rep, you will never see all of the endgame content. All of the endgame world content, right? Like if you stayed at 1 renown with all the reps for the entire expansion, you would be like, wow, there's no quests or anything to do at max level, right? It's really weird. It's just a huge disruption that doesn't eat a kick or DR stuns.
Beware.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is there any place specifically that you feel like that's needed? Because I haven't really found any place where I can't just interrupt and grip things. Like Gorfiends is just better for that, right? So if you're going to take anything, I would take Gorfiends, but I'm trying to think of a place where, because Gorfiends is a little bit more niche, so harder to interrupt things with. No, I can't say. Well, no, I was just wondering if you found any places where, like, man, I'm really glad I have this for this spot. Because it does sound like it would be interesting. I just haven't thought of any places quite yet. Not really sure what the talents look like to take that, though. I don't think it takes anything away from anything else, right? Leatherworking is absolutely the best profession, though. Leatherworking and skinning combo. They have so many things they can craft, too. It's so nice. I love the fact that you can craft both leather and mail, right? That's obviously something blacksmith used to be able to do, but not for a long time now. It really kind of doesn't make a lot of sense that mail comes from leatherworking and not blacksmithing. It's all metalwork, right? Like, mail is literally metal. How are you going to make it as a leatherworker? You would need both to make it, I think. Can't make it without the other. It's just new, fun, and feels very rewarding. I get you. Not trying to put you on the spot. I was just thinking about it more because I'm like, maybe that would actually be interesting. I should try that, but I can't really come up with any situation where it would be better than Gorfiends. And I'm not even taking Gorfiends right now, you know. We gotta make some decisions next week. I love the A-Bomb limb plus Bone Shatter plus Bone Storm Burst as Blood DK with that strength trinket. That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, the Shattering Bone is fucking up. That's like such a great addition to the kit. I love that. It plays in well with what the kit is already doing well, you know. Tombstone synergizes with it so well, stuff like that. Encouraging you to stand in D&D more, even more so. A lot of the stuff that is in the talent trees is not new, but I think the stuff that is new is outstanding. Like, that could have easily been a legendary, right? Like, imagine that as a legendary. Everybody would have been taking that in Shadowlands. Nobody would have taken the other legendary. That is, like, fucking made for Mythic Plus, too, that talent. My highest bone burst I've gotten was 70k. Nice. per target hit. Nice. Okay, let's see.
We'll build a new
This fight's
one,
always a little
free
screwy.
from their corruption.
People don't realize that this ice block is actually not one that you can hide on. Well, there's apparently something that needs to be dispelled too. Looks like they still don't know, so they're about to take lots of damage and die. It's crazy that you can die on normal, to be honest. This dungeon is way harder than the other ones on normal. So she res again.
Beware.
Not really much of a reason to, because if you die to it once, you're probably gonna die to it twice. Just gonna literally not even try to dodge it. Okay, that's gonna make it a lot harder to survive. It teaches you the mechanic. Yeah, it certainly does, and it forces it, that's for sure.
Beware.
Okay. How are you liking Resto Druid? I can't decide to main Evoker, Pally, or Druid. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot, but this is just an alt for me, so I'm not sure what to main in your case. I really do like it. It's very nice. It's got a lot of fun things going on with it. 1k DPS Evokers. I mean, that dude literally stood in every single mechanic the fight offered, so not that surprising. That's the thing that's kind of shitty about running dungeons. It's really just at the mercy of the group. Top damage on packs, you know, it's like, oh boy. Accidentally wasn't in the right form for that. But yeah, convoke into bombkin form is like, okay, this is powerful. Does seem like it's still kind of a mana hog though. Which I guess the spec always will stay that way. Wait, what the fuck? Did I just jump over that? Maybe I timed it poorly. It's just fighting in front of the fucking thing, so it's like impossible to even... This section of the dungeon is really annoying. It's overly hard too, I feel like, on top of it being complicated. It hits... All these things hit really fucking hard. I don't think I jumped over it. Somehow it just didn't hit me that one time. Yeah, I don't know. It looked like I jumped over it though, didn't it? Metro, you thought let's try a different hairstyle for the stream? What do you mean? I didn't think that, no. I put 0 effort into my hair, not gonna lie to you guys. It's just long, and it's long because I put 0 effort in it, actually. Calling Tyr a wretch is like calling the moon an enemy. It's like, what the fuck? You've never met him. Arthas cosplay IRL? That'd be cool. This entire stream chat must be purged. Just ban everybody. Alright, we gotta get used to dispelling more though in raid. Soothing. You like a member of a rock and roll band. Thanks, man. I was for a long time, actually. My hair was just as long back then as well. Alright. This guy's on his way. I guess we probably won't wait for him, though. Blame him. Did you sing? Yep. Played the keyboards, too, but... I haven't done that in a long time. I used to really enjoy playing the keyboards, but it got boring. I wanted to try to incorporate it into my WoW content. I thought it'd be fun to do a battleground while playing the keyboards or something like that. I remember trying to make a video like that, but it just didn't work. It's too hard to not be AFK while you're playing an instrument and playing WoW at the same time. Singing's easier though. What's the story behind that? Nothing really. Friends. We liked music when we were in high school, so we played bands. We made music together. Pretty basic. See, like, what the fuck? Why does that one-shot you on normal? It looks like it hit me twice, so I think it's bugged. Shouldn't just hit you twice like that immediately, right? What's this warrior self-healing? Second wind, apparently. Pretty good. Fair enough. Was wondering if you maybe did anything serious with it. Nah, just for fun. It didn't go well. It strained our relationship very severely. Lost a lot of friends over it, unfortunately. I wanted to take it more serious than they did too, so that didn't help. I thought we could make some money from it, but they didn't care about that. They didn't actually care about performing. They just liked playing their instruments. Oh, sweet. They made the rep ring finally proc for hunters. Oh, that's good. For all melee or what? That sucks to hear. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but that's the facts of it. Wait, what is going on here? Oh, the bar's just not showing up. I'd assume for all, yeah. Transmog staff. Got a satchel, so we keep that in our bags there. Darkmoon game token, no thank you. Leather transmog. I have a lot of transmogs. I have almost no leather. Mail and leather I have almost nothing of. I have a little bit. Actually, I have a lot more leather than I have mail because I played monk all the time. The profession quest in Darkmoon Faire are giving knowledge points, but give the wrong skill points. I got Kata skinning points. What the hell? Is your thing already maxed? You can't get skill points if you're max, of course, yeah. What are you going to get skill points in? The Darkmoon Faire is so weird. I feel like I don't understand it. It's like they put all this weird shit together over like 12 years of content. It just doesn't really... Like, what is this? Is this some kind of arena? This fucking song. Can't believe they're still playing this all these years later. This guy's like ultra tryhard. Let's turn this 10-minute dungeon into a 7-minute dungeon. Can't say I'm upset about it. I haven't touched a Darkmoon Faire since getting the rep. Wish they would add something to it. Yeah, it's kind of like strange. I don't know. Wait, oh, we're gonna skip this boss. Okay. Strange decision making. Okay, I guess we're not gonna skip it now. We're changing our mind.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
Fighting this now? Just why I can't take dungeons. Because this kind of shit, it's like this is what you do as a tank in normals. It's like, yeah, no thanks. Is it a good pull?
They call me the Skullcracker.
Okay, we got all the leather. That's important. Convoke though, let's go. Love that shit, man. I'll tell you, Convoke and Bomb Conform is like my favorite spell. I don't even really like healing that much. I just like Convoking and Bomb Conform. Normals are trivially easy. It's kind of annoying, actually. This guy getting hit so hard. Why was I unable to dispel him? He was out of line of sight. Oh, he's doing 0 DPS as well. What the fuck is even going on? He's up there AFK is what's going on, okay. So he's just standing in mechanics. Anyway, sorry, what were you saying? Getting a friend into the game, and it's really bad learning experience since they are over so quick. I think it's actually, I totally agree with you. Like, I think it's actually bad for the game. Some people will be like, well, it's not bad for the game or good for the game, but I think it is actually bad for the game because anybody who's new and starts there is going to be like, they're getting a really bad experience of what this game is going to be like, right? Imagine doing a fucking normal and then going and doing a 15 the next day, you know what I mean? They're so different. Okay, can we get going here, dude? All of a sudden he wants to sit here and not do anything. But yeah, it's like they're so different. It's wild. It's hard to believe that they're even... And they would take place in the exact same setting, too. So somebody who doesn't, like, fully understand the game, the way it works, and the difficulties, they would be like, why is this version of the dungeon so easy and this one is so hard, you know? It doesn't really make sense, either, from, like, the game standpoint. How did these mobs somehow get so much harder? I think they should just dump normal altogether or heroic, one of the two. Probably dump normal and make everything heroic difficulty. At least that will be slightly challenging while leveling. And then dump Mythic 0 entirely and just start with Mythic Plus. Make it so you can do Mythic Plus only on 2 or something like that the first week. Because as much as I like this, you know, time to just chill up and level characters, it's kind of strange how little repeatable content there is in the game. I definitely would be having a lot more fun if I can just play my Death Knight through dungeons more frequently right now. Dot classes may as well not exist in normal. Right, that's another point. I didn't even think about that. You can't even do like your full rotation. Normals are too boring. Yeah, I can't. It's hard to tank them. They're a little bit more exciting as a healer, at least thankfully. But as a tank, it's just terrible. You gotta do shit like this guy, and even then he barely took any damage at all. He's basically playing like a DPS that has good survivability, effectively, is what he's playing right now. I don't really enjoy that when tanking. Today's gamers can't handle finishing dungeon in 5 minutes with 0 deaths. What does that mean? MHQ, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Shadowfang keep.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out. Want to see something?
How much rogue paying per carry? The funny thing is, dude, I didn't even notice he was AFK until somebody brought it up. It's like completely irrelevant. You know, that's what I'm saying, like how easy this shit is. The fucking boss still died in like 30 seconds. Normals are boring for players that have played for the whole of last expansion. Bring 5 people in who have never played, and they still have it. Well, that's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. That's not the right way to look at it, because you're right that they might learn something there, but they're gonna learn the wrong things. You know what I mean? They're not gonna actually learn the dungeon properly. They're gonna learn some insanely nerf version of it, and then they're gonna think like, oh, I learned this thing, and then you go into Mythic, and it has more mechanics than the normal, right? Like, you're aware of that, right? Like, the normal version has only like half the mechanics of the Mythic version. That's what I'm trying to make like as a juxtaposition here between these two content pieces. Like, you know, I had a bunch of people I did zeros with this week who had done them on normal, but when we went into Mythic, they didn't know any of the mechanics still. So it's like, the fucking point is, what is the point of this? I really don't get it. Even zeros is like that. I don't really know what the bosses do. Yep, exactly. Even in zeros, they can die way too fast. That warrior's name... Gynecologist? I get it, yeah. It's funny. I thought you were talking about the new guy. I think normals are useful for people who just want the story presented in the dungeon, but other gamers just have story mode. Yeah, I think that's what they should do. I think they should take out like LFR and these easy ass content things and just make like an actual single player version so you can go and see the content. Because like I'm not gonna see the content in this like at all, right? It's dying too fast. You can't even really pay attention to the voice lines because this dude's just like running straight and you know, and he's never even stopping, you know. Like how do you enjoy this? It's impossible to enjoy it. I'm talking about like from a story perspective at least. The game's like gameplay is fine. It's not that bad, but when this shit is so easy that you can do what this guy's doing, it's like, okay, well you can't even hear the voice lines. We're running from area to area. You can't even stop to inspect them. You know what I mean? It'd be way easier to do that alone. Like just give me a content version where I can just come in here alone and take my time and see everything, and then give me the content pathway that's actually supposed to be difficult and it's worth doing. You know? But this is just like a fucking dude's. I don't know why people do this. This is like not faster than just killing the trash. So much shit is not even following us at this point. It's a poor experience all around. Yeah, I would agree. I guess you could solo once you get a bit more gear, but the game doesn't like want you to do that, right? So even on normal, you might find a mechanic that doesn't allow you to solo it. I could easily solo it now. I probably could solo it before I even leveled, but the point is it's not like an actual dedicated content pathway that people would be funneled into. Yeah, we gotta skin these things. To be fair, I do these pulls in zeros as well. That's to be fair to what? That's my point in the first place.
Activating additional defenses.
What level is the tank? 68. So Nature Swiftness has like no DPS implication, right? It can only be used on healing spells or roots, I think, right?
Enemy marked. System shut down.
That burst damage though, I told you, dude, this spec is wild. Like this is fun as shit too. Popping Convoke as a Resto Druid is fun as shit. It's not very like complicated thing to do, but it's engaging to see all those numbers. And getting, I just love. I wish Starfall was a class spell again because I would love to use Starfall as Resto Druid. But I guess it wouldn't really make any sense. I don't know how you would use it. Are you healing more this expansion or just healing while leveling? Yeah, just messing around. Been leveling characters. Leveling these like alts that are like undergeared tanks and stuff isn't very fun. I do want to level the warrior, but I'm really not looking forward to it because the spec isn't really even fun in challenging content, let alone in world like trivially easy world content. So I've just been looking for a way to spice it up. It isn't just level the exact same route over and over again, you know? How was Resto Shaman? Resto Shaman's awesome, yeah, I love it. Resto Shaman's really great. Spec Fury or Arms and use Shield and Sword instead. That would certainly be a challenge run, yeah. I am trying to level those characters fast though, so. But yeah, I was thinking about just doing Fury. We'll see. I haven't decided how I'm going to level that character. Honestly, I think the next character I level is just going to be my second Death Knight. Wouldn't mind having that character 72, even though I don't really plan to play it right now. Death Knight leveling is just so fun, man. I just fucking love it. It's so fun. I leveled that Death Knight so many times on the beta, and I had a lot of things said about the leveling process on the beta that I was like giving 100% of the credit to the content, but I didn't realize a lot of it was just the class. Like when you start leveling classes without Death Knight or without Death Grip, it's like, oh right, this kind of sucks. You can't grip all these fucking casters. How are you gonna, you know, you can't aggro the whole dungeon, or you can't aggro the whole zone if you don't have a Death Grip. Like everything's just out there casting on you. You know what I mean? So how are you gonna do that on a warrior? Fight it one at a time. It's funny you talk about normals not being a great experience. I'd say the whole game needs a revamp for new player experience. I'd love a cliff notes for the game story to catch up new people. I would too. I'd love all that. Yeah, I agree. It needs that, but the problem is it will never happen because it requires like them to spend time on somebody who might not necessarily reciprocate their investment, you know? Like a new player does not indicate a good investment for them at all times. So should they spend like thousands of work hours on making the game better for new players, or should they just try to make the entire game better? I think that's what they try to do in Dragonflight. It's still at its worst when you're brand new though, no matter what. That's why I made that video all these months ago, because it seems crucial to me for understanding that, like, if you want to play this game, just realize that it gets a lot better once you're not clueless about everything. But it will be very hard to enjoy when you're brand new, for sure. Probably one of the worst games for that in the whole market of gaming. Just because there's so much stuff that's been added to the game over the years that has no real reason for it to be in anymore. So you can easily get confused, like, you still get the fucking Shadowlands quest, you know what I mean? Like, why is that still in the game? When you're leveling, you still get the Shadowlands quest. Whirlwind should act as a grip. They were gonna do that. Or was it Heroic Leap? Heroic Leap, right? Was the Warlock locked out? Where's the guy? He's all the way in the back. If I was brand new, I'd be so overwhelmed, yeah. And the game's like worth pushing through that, you know, but it's hard to convince somebody who's brand new to want to do that because they don't know that it's going to get better. Usually, I think games are at their best when you first start playing, right? I think a lot of people would probably say that.
The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect, and Murasong shall be.
I played a ton of League. I'm healing people, but everyone says it's my fault we die. I suck as a new player. I can't figure it out. Yeah, no doubt. Well, if you come to the right place, man. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll do everything. That is like, you know, I like helping people in Mythic Plus and shit, but that's a place that everybody needs to help. Like, not just me. Everybody needs to help players who are potentially passionate about the game, but very overwhelmed at the start of their time. Everybody should help that player because they're potentially going to fill the future of this game, you know? So it's tough, but Blizzard's not going to do it, so it's up to us. Maybe storyline that goes through every expansion and uses the order halls to teach people how to play. Well, so this won't happen for another reason, because a lot of that shit just doesn't, like, they're retconning it out. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't flat out remove it, but it doesn't have any relevance to the current expansion, so they don't try to bring it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Khadgar's story in Legion is completely untouched in this expansion. They make one nod to it, the fact that him and Kaligos reunite for the first time, and that's it. That's the only, like, and he was a major fucking character, and so was Kaligos, you know? Not a single thing about Legion mentioned in this expansion. Not yet, at least. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's not their priority to do that. They're trying to make, like, modular storylines, basically. Where you can just plug and play and just not have anything that you missed, you know? Class halls were awesome. Shame they were left behind in Legion. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, you're probably going to be saying that same thing about things in Dragonflight. That's just how it works. They're trying to make, like, these expansions that are, like, basically whole games on their own. Like, not anything that you would have felt like you missed if you didn't play a previous expansion. Having multiple class storylines long-term would be so much work, too. Final Fantasy XIV stopped them for that reason. Oh, wow, really? They stopped doing that? Right, that's the thing. Even, you know, in Classic, there was a lot of class content, right?
The powers they
But it
develop.
became very obvious that that was not a realistic way to develop the game. It also really hinders you from making class content if you're going to add new classes, right? Like, this guy just stunned that. He has no idea what he's... Fuck, man. Another new group, it looks like. How will you deal with this section in Mythic Plus? Don't pull the shit. I mean, super easy. If anybody pulls it in Mythic Plus, it's probably going to be disband. Just letting you guys know that right now. So you better make sure you don't ever do this. Because this trash is like the hardest trash in any dungeon. This fucking arcane dude. This guy's a maniac. I don't know what the fuck's the point of adding this shit. This is really weird. Like, both are just trying to disband groups, it feels like. Hey, Bradley, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? The solution to putting evokers through legions seemed pretty elegant. They added a table near Khadgar. Wow, what would the table have? Okay, so we now have 2 people who are AFK. Sounds good. Can't kick them either way, so... This is like... This is a funny experience, I'll tell you that.
Gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them.
You can skip the dragons if you time it correctly. Oh yeah, that's not not can, you will have to do that. Nobody's pulling that shit. You know where you pick which zone to assault? Doesn't need to be an entire order hall if they add new classes in the future. But that's what I'm saying. We just got done praising the order hall content, but now they have no content for the new class for it, you know? So that's what I'm saying. So these things can't really stay with us because they're not going to add new content for old expansions just because they added a new class. That's not going to happen. So that's why it's working that way. I guess his name's Torghast, Jesus. Seems super awkward at the moment. So do you pull the trash far away so it won't pat into you? Just probably have another look at it. I don't think you maybe have seen it, and it doesn't, like, none of this is difficult. You just don't walk into it, basically. They don't pat very far. You don't do anything. You just don't walk into it. Just don't aggro in any way, and that's that. As long as you don't walk within the circle, it's nothing. It doesn't do anything. Does the other trash interact with it? No. Okay, I'm not sure. The shaman is a walking PTSD trigger. Yeah. Hey Metro, new healer already leveling. That's correct. Welcome. Trying to get all these characters to max, so we don't have to worry about doing it during the season. And this is actually kind of fun, leveling in dungeons. It's kind of scratching the Pug Mythic Plus itch a little bit. The absolute absurdity of some of the groups is quite... keeps you coming back, you know?
Come this way.
Any favorite healer? My favorite healer will always be Holy Pally, yeah.
The location creation of my
I like
force
Resto Druid and
has
Resto
chosen
Shaman a lot,
to
though, to be
make
honest.
use of this powerful ley line.
I will camp Peo the Rat. Okay, let me know how that goes.
I am unsure of what effects it will have on your mortal form. Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
Yeah, basically, like, if you interact with these guys at all, it pulls all of this shit, and this is not pullable. Like, this is not... You cannot fight this in any Mythic Plus group, unless it's, like, way, way easier in Mythic Plus than it is in even normal, as you see we're dying to it and even in normal. This guy's health is just not fucking going up, I don't understand. Blood DK is a selfish healer, though. Blood DK's favorite healer, nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the tank doesn't know, yeah. It's all good, normal. Why did he even pull? Because he doesn't know that, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at it the first time. So, presumably it's his first time doing that dungeon, I guess.
Discovered one of my books of translocation. Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
Ooh, we were there. So is there any specs that like you guys are surprised by thus far? I guess probably a pre-patch discussion we should have had, but any specs that you're like, wow, this is way more interesting than I thought it was going to be? Or maybe even the opposite, like, wow, man, this really didn't live up to what I hoped it was going to be. Anybody like leveled the class and been surprised with the result? I feel like Shaman was that for me. I didn't really think that it was going to be as fun as it was yesterday. I had a lot of fun playing that character yesterday. They have a lot of really fun stuff now. A lot of cool utility too, which I didn't really get much use out of yesterday, but that time will come. I'm liking Rep Pally. Got it. Yeah, Rep Pally looks fun actually. I did a leveling challenge as Rep Pally and it was really interesting. Affliction Warlock. Affliction, that one, I gotta get an Affliction Warlock going. That is... I gotta make a Warlock, 100%. Was surprised how good Disc was. Been leveling mine the last few hours. That's cool. Disc is another one, man. I really do want a Priest and a Warlock, I feel like, but I just don't have time for all this shit. Warrior Prot has more depth to it now than I'm doing somewhat more challenging content. Nice. Yeah, they're definitely a fun spec to play in hard content, but I worry that that doesn't necessarily exist right now. I thought Evoker was going to be super dumb from the initial reveal, but it's been quite a treat. Oh, that's cool. That's a good one. Yeah, Evoker does look kind of interesting, to be honest, man. That's another one I want to level. I just want to level every class. Like, I actually don't want to not level any class. Rogue is probably the only thing that I'm, like, not super excited by, which is crazy, because Rogue is historically one of my favorite non-tank classes. Even though I don't ever, like, play it. Leveling his Devastation was pretty bad, but feels okay now. Okay. You warned me against Brewmaster. I didn't listen, and it has disappointed me. Yeah. That spec has an identity crisis like Warrior had in Shadowlands. I guess it's not uncommon, but it's kind of weird how this keeps happening. I never tanked until Dragonflight. Prot Warrior is so OP and fun to play. Sweet. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Tanking in general is very fun, so that's probably a big part of it, why it's so fun for you as well. Any plans to try Bear Druid? Maybe. No plans, but I could see myself doing it, of course, now that this character is going to be max level. Like, look at this. I've had Threat in this mob the entire pack. This is the tanks you have nowadays in these normals. just doesn't matter, so he's like irrelevant. He doesn't like even realize it's happening, but pretty sure I could solo this on this character. It's actually wild how little damage I take too, even from like physical auto attacks. Is it just me, or is the placement spawn timing of the 2 dragons and Ruby life pool ridiculously bad? It's not random, it's a trigger. So I just gotta be aware of the trigger. There's a part of the dungeon when you physically walk over it, they'll spawn. So what I would recommend is when you come up after the first boss, go left and get that lightning one first. And then before the final pack, just kind of wait. Like, just pass that trigger and don't pull. Like, don't immediately pull the boss, or the next pack, because then you're going to be fighting the pack with the dragon. The dragon is super delayed, and I had no idea it would be there. My DK had no problem soloing the dungeon and the pack, but my entire group died twice. Yeah, it's one of those things that once you get used to it, you'll see it's kind of weird, but it happens that way all the time. So repeatably, you can learn from that and not make that mistake again. Wild growth is not a very wide thing, huh? Keep putting it up and it only hits like one person. You'd think I'd learn. I forgot and did it again on my warrior. Well, you'll get it eventually. That one is a Mythic Plus one though, so make sure you don't make that mistake in Mythic Plus, otherwise that could very easily disband a group. That trash with the actual hard trash in the dungeon there is going to be really... that's not going to work. Not going to work. Hard to get. It's hard to remember too, because you're just like going at a pace of killing trash, and then all of a sudden you get the mini boss again.
Sense a breach behind it. The sundered flame must be this way.
This place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Telash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
You need to fix the spawn in the dungeon with the big frog who eats you. If you wipe on the trash before last boss, it takes almost 10 minutes to walk back. Yeah, well, that's not a bug, right? Like that's just how it's designed. So we've been talking about this since Legion, and I don't really know why they do it this way, but my thing is that there just needs to be consistency. If a wipe like that is supposed to punish you, then that's fine, but it should be like that in every dungeon, not just one. Because it was like that in Darkheart Thicket. Like Darkheart Thicket, you would spawn all the way to the start. And you wipe on at the very end of the dungeon. That's pretty much the key, because by the time you waste like 5 minutes getting back. It doesn't seem fair. I mean, like I said, it's just because that one dungeon is like that and the other ones aren't. So if they're all like that, then you wouldn't be thinking it's not fair. But you shouldn't wipe, right? It's a Mythic Plus, so obviously wiping is not fair in the first place. Like, you don't want to wipe. But at this point, it's just the problem is the inconsistency. Some dungeons have very easy catch-up, and you can wipe, and it's not as bad. And then other dungeons like that, it's impossible. You can't wipe, but you're going to completely miss the timer over it. So if it was like that for every dungeon, then it would be a lot different. But I don't know why they do that. They just need to be consistent. It's almost like hard to understand too, because like some dungeons are clearly like this dungeon is the same way. It's got a lot of. If you had to run all the way back from the start, it would be the same way. So they know that. They're like, all right, we're going to put this portal thing in. You know, it's like, well, why didn't you do that with these dungeons? It's like, what's that about? It doesn't seem to make any sense. It's almost like different philosophies are designing each dungeon differently. There doesn't seem to be, I can't tell any reason why you would do that, you know? Alright, see it, evenly distributed money. Have a good night. It could be, yeah, could be straight up different people designing it. That would actually make the most sense, even though it would be the hardest to understand why they would do that, but one guy is just in a hole. One guy just like really hates Mythic Plus and he doesn't want to design anything for it, maybe. Like, fuck, this system shouldn't even be in the game. I hate this system. I already have so much leather, man, it's crazy. Is that a silence or what? Bestial roar. Maybe someone broke his record in the other side last. Oh shit! What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I'm at the boss. Well, that's good. Nice little skip I just did. Perfect. Good play there. That's bizarre. Knocked out the platform and spawned next to the boss.
Did she send you? Enough. Freeze.
That's a pro strat. Yep. Small optimization, but that's what you gotta do if you want to beat your personal best. Movement through dungeon PB. Frame perfect timing of that death.
Ice cold. Her secrets will be mine. Freeze.
I like refresh the dots way too often. It's a long dot. I think is this different than in the past? It seems really long. Almost 30 seconds.
We are too late. Oh. Oh no.
I made that weak or change the mail icon too because I have a lot of trouble seeing the mail icon. So now it's bright red. I like the old mail icon. It was a little bit easier to see. Wow, that does a lot of damage, man. Whatever Star Surge is like powerful as shit. Are you running Mythic Zeros? Probably not this week, no. I was gonna do it last night on the Shaman, but I didn't get the character to max level before everybody wanted to run, so. We'll see, maybe, but I think this will probably be the last stream for the week, one way or the other. I don't really want to run Zeros off stream unless I'm helping somebody else out. Kill those. Another trinket, oh my god. Your abilities have a chance to crystallize your target, inflicting arcane damage. If the target dies, they'll explode. Oh, that's pretty good for dungeons.
Wild magic was
Pretty
dangerous,
good.
But he meddled with it anyway. By the time we found him, we could not stop the growth.
We died again, so I lost the fucking buff again, yeah. Where's the thing? Over here. Got my Mythic Zero sword and board on my warrior last night. Oh, nice. That's lucky. Sword is, or shield is so important for a warrior early on. Stoked, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, it's good. What's with the giant egg? Is there anything else to do here? I feel like there should be something else. Do I have other professions? You can't, there's no leatherworking, or there's no skinning quest. It's just for the crafting professions, I guess, huh? What's the best spec for DPS? I guess haste?
You received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have heard wondrous things about your capability.
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment.
We aren't students though, are we? Is there like any story about what the fuck this place is? Because I never did any side quests for it. There isn't gathering ones? I thought there were. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I didn't see any. You wouldn't see them below 25 skill? Oh no? Well, I got the enchanting one with 0 skill. I only have 3 enchanting now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the Darkmoon Faire ones. Are you talking about the ones in actual Dragonflight?
Excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students.
You pull it all. Hopefully, people will interrupt.
I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
There we go. That helps. Wow, look at that. Jesus. Higher. That one. That's a good spell.
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragonflight.
Hey, Colin, what's up, buddy? How the hell are you? How's it going, man? What are you up to?
A powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely.
Dude, I'm having so much fun in WoW right now. It's crazy, right? It's actually wild how fun it is. Like I said, man, I totally expected it to be amazing, and it's somehow better than I expected it to be. It's just... I don't even know what to say about that. Like, that's just crazy.
Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane
drive back. Though Veximus tried its best to defeat the dragons, it was ultimately destroyed. Well done! Since you did so well on your lesson, feel free to take something from the good student's reward chest.
I got a plan for an Obsidian Seared Crusher last night off an Obsidian Cache and just got the plan for the Black Dragon Crush Hammer. Oh. You're playing Blacksmith too, huh? Yeah, man, that shit is fun. I was like so amped up when I found out about all that stuff, man. I really... Professions are just so fucking good, man. I just wish blacksmithing had more stuff that it can craft that was more useful, because right now it feels like I've only got actual gear to craft and nobody wants any of the gear. I did the Spyro World Quest for the first time where you fly through the rings. I can't believe how fun it was. Dude, dragon riding is like another one that I thought was going to be fun, and it's even more fun than I thought it was going to be. I never really did a lot of the dragon riding stuff on the beta, I guess is why I didn't realize. Like, I never actually got all of the dragon things or whatever, the charms or whatever they're called. Sigils, I don't know. I'm going to be rolling in gold when everyone gets 2 sparks. There's going to be so many work orders. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, unfortunately, everybody's going to be competing for the same people, right? But Littere, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for sub. I don't think, unfortunately, the work order system doesn't really get you gold, and I thought it would, but I love the crafting part of the profession, but the gold making part of the profession is horrid. Like, it's the worst it's ever been, I think, for blacksmithing.
What are these birds doing here?
The best way to make money right now is simply just sell the... What the fuck? Oh, I thought a player went over there. Anyway, simply just sell the materials, it seems. Because nobody's really inclined to give tips on the auction house. Or whatever it's called, the crafting order house thing. We were talking about why yesterday, and I think it's just like a social thing. Like in the past, when you actually had to go interact with the person to get them to craft a gear, you were more likely to kind of care about them. So you'd be like, all right, well, I'm not going to just give you 0 money to your face. I'm going to have to give you something. But now, since it's like very anonymous, it's like, oh, yeah, fuck that guy. Just make the gear, you know? Easier to be antisocial and not be penalized for that.
To clear out the big one, I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is Tarantar's for you soft skills. Use them to get her attention.
People keep saying this is Quidditch, but in what way is this Quidditch? Because there's a thing floating in the air and you throw the ball through it? That's the Quidditch part? I thought Quidditch required you to fly around in brooms. The way they can fix this is you offer services for free. Only way to have something crafted, maybe. I don't know, Blizzard should play around with it more. No, I don't think it's Blizzard's job. I think it's just going to be a community thing, yeah. I predicted this like months ago, though. Like, I didn't realize why it was going to happen at the time, but I knew it was going to happen. That it's going to be like a us versus them thing. And like anybody who has the ability to craft the gear is not going to get the same respect as anybody who doesn't have the ability to craft the gear. And I thought what that would end up doing was like the crafters are going to say, I'm not crafting you gear then. But that hasn't happened yet. As of right now, we're in phase 1 of that, where people just disrespect the crafter's effort and don't give him anything for it. See, in the past, people used to be like, well, here's the material cost, but here's also my cost because I put all this time into this profession, you know? But now people are like, I don't give a shit. I have the materials. Make the gear for me. Because it's way too easy to make the gear. It's literally just press a button and it comes to you, you know? I suspect once work orders become more common, the stingy players will have a hard time getting their stuff crafted. And so that's what I said too. And I don't, like, Sai had a disagreement with it. He was like, why would you? Like, it's free, right? And I'm like, it is free, but it's setting a, you know, it's setting a precedent that if everybody's going to do it for free, then it's not, like, the profession's completely not worth having money-wise. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but Either way, it's fine. I don't give a shit. Even if I make 0 money from the profession, I don't really care. I don't really like gold is not something I care about in this game, honestly. It's just fun to craft gear, and I like the idea of blacksmithing in general. It's a little nostalgic there for me. This reminds me when Enchant Executioner comes first in TBC, it was the same material plus 20 gold for it. What do you mean? You're talking about the opposite situation where people are just charging a lot of extra money for the fact that they were able to obtain something? So that's what I'm saying. That's how it used to be, and that's, you know, you used to get paid for your effort. Now you're just getting paid for your service, and the service is worth almost nothing to these players because it's basically like put in the game in a way that you'll never really have to worry about it. Okay, we need to get
There's too much life magic. What are you doing?
Soothe. We gotta get Soothe on the bar for this spec, for this aura thing.
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please help us, new
Probably
students.
save Convoke for when all the ads spawn. Are they even gonna spawn? Doesn't look like it. Oh, what the hell? They spawn immediately? Maybe they always do. I just didn't notice. I thought they don't spawn until after all the things go down. Yeah, this shit's easy, especially this guy's doing 24k. Oh shit.
We have been gone for some time. The growth here. Ah, the way should be clear. Please head to my office and wait.
One big positive is that your alts can request work orders from your profession, but I guess you can just put the work order in for anyone. I love that part of it, no doubt. The fact that alts can get the gear that's normally used to be really. So that's what I'm saying. So like this is insanely good, right? Like I need to make a video on this. So you used to be able to, you know, if you wanted something from a profession, you would need to have that profession. But now you can have every profession on your account and get all of the different things. Not that any one character can use all these different things, but if there was ever a way to benefit from that, that would be how the system allows it, you know? So it's actually like really a fun thing for like some like completionist mindset, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, I want to have every single thing in the game. Well, you can't do that normally, but now you can just make multiple characters and do it. It's almost like if it's like account wide now, you know? It's not really, but it's almost like it is. It has the same output as if it was account wide, basically.
This room, these are sacred halls of learning. Only those
Pretty sure the market will balance out once the crafters have their pick of crafts that pay well and those that don't. My prediction is that none will ever pay well because there's no reason for them to pay. Somebody's gonna do it for free, you know, like there's no reason to pay. You can literally, unless like every single crafter on the planet just gets together and be like, no, fuck this, don't pay unless they give a really good tip. Like no, it's literally just press a button and make it, and that's it, you know. So that kind of kills the profession's value from money.
demerit points for you.
Okay, good. 63. No deaths, so we don't have to rebuff. I don't know, there's no reason to do it for free unless you need the skill up or something. It's just like, somebody's gonna do it is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, somebody's eventually gonna do it. So, if you don't want to do it for free, you'll be in the minority there. Or even if you're not in the minority, it won't matter because all it takes is one person to do it for free and then everybody gets what they want. Like the people who don't have the professions. I really love the crafting equipment. It really sells the fantasy. The crafting equipment is like the best part about it. I love that concept. I really like the skill system in general. Like even though the words are really fucking confusing, it's a very, very cool system. I like how it works and how it plays in with actually leveling the profession as well. Like leveling the profession is a good thing now, you know? It's like something that you want to do, but it's not the only way you progress through the expansion or through the profession, you know? I really like that. They did an it's just unbelievable. Like the best system. I can't even imagine a better system. I think the public work order limit needs to be a currency that crafters need to proactively get. Otherwise, they won't value pressing the craft button, and neither will those requesting it. Yeah, in general, so you're right about that. Like one way or the other, it's just too easy. It's just go to a table and press a button on your screen. Like it's not commensurate with the effort the profession normally asks of you. Work order stamina, something that you can get from making stuff yourself or something like that. Yeah. I don't know how you make it like a, in what way can we tie that into like the fantasy of the game though? I don't really know. People would cry so hard over that. You're probably right to be honest, but they shouldn't because it's only going to help. Like, I don't know. I think what I'm saying is pretty like, this is how it's going to be. I think like, I don't really see it not being, I can't really see how it wouldn't be like this. So unless you are fine with making no money from the profession for the rest of the expansion, then I don't know why you wouldn't want that to change. Tried Holy Priest, and damn, it was fun downtime. It was fun downtime when I can't do more mythics on my Prot Warrior. Oh, I get you. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's the only thing that sucks right now is like you can't really play one character a lot if you want to do content. It's 5-man content. But yeah, it's fun to play all these alts and level them all. Priest is interesting. I really want to try Holy Priest, or Discipline Priest. Not Holy really, but Holy always looks interesting to me, but I can't. I don't think I can play it. So these don't even have a cooldown, it looks like. You can literally just pick them up over and... Oh, no. I have a cooldown on me. Okay. Both hands still burn from the last burning chain. That's interesting. So somebody else needs to do it now. But yeah, this is a massive, like, DPS gain on this trash. I think it's there to teach you the mechanic, but it's also going to probably be really, really important for Mythic Plus when that eventually comes in. Arcade balances their work order system. Was character-based stamina. Any crafting you do is limited, so taking someone's order is making you lose something. If the tip isn't big enough, it's not worth it. That's okay. That's the answer right there. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so if you are trading between can I craft something or can I craft something else for someone else, then that is, yeah, that's the way to do it. I think then you solve that problem. Because then you wouldn't craft, like there's no incentive to craft for 0, you know? It's a good way to put it. Maybe they'll implement that in Season 2 or something. I think it's not the worst thing to have it the way it is now, though, to really get people to use the system, because the system does need use. If it was like that, which is a better long-term thing, it might discourage people from using it early in the expansion. But to me, it's like kind of like DoorDash or something like that right now. Like tipping is just there to make the person want to do your thing a little bit faster. There's no actual reason to tip other than that. You know what I mean? Like if you tip 0 on DoorDash, obviously you're probably not getting food. But in general, if there was as many people doing DoorDash as there is crafting things in the crafting system, there would be no reason to tip as the person buying the food. Especially considering just like in DoorDash, a third party takes a cut as well that doesn't interact with either of the parties doing the work. You could also make it so that you have a max work order and they have to take time to complete. Well, there is a max work order thing, but maybe I'm weird, but if someone isn't offering a reasonable amount of gold, I just won't craft it. And again, it doesn't matter if you craft it or not. Somebody's going to, right? Because there's quests to craft it. There's achievements to craft it. There's reasons to do this. The game offers you reasons to do it besides just money. So you don't have to do it. That's not going to solve the problem, unfortunately. I mean, I certainly will be doing it because I want to get the achievement. And there's probably going to be repeatable quests for it, I guess. I don't really know that part. I am absolutely going to craft things for free if it's on there. Crafters are more thirsty for the work orders than the requesters. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, if it wasn't for me, if my alt didn't have blacksmith work orders possible, then I would not be able to finish my thing this week, you know? So literally, no matter what, if somebody posts an order, I'm doing it. Even if it costs me money, I'm fucking doing it. Because I need the talents, or whatever they're called, the knowledge. I mean, you're just not thinking about the reasons to craft the gear, so... You don't want the knowledge? You don't want the achievement? Pretty sure the achievement actually gives you something too. I thought I saw this on Wowhead, but I don't actually know. I think the achievement gives you metal or whatever. I saw somebody say that, and I don't remember where I saw it. I don't know if it was about that or something else. No, I am, but the achievements aren't enough incentive, and anything else I can get through other means. Gotcha. Yeah, I think the thing is that it's just literally just walk up to the table and press a button. And it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it's zero effort for both parties, and that encourages one party to care about it more than the other because there's actually a reason for them to do it, where the other one doesn't have any reason to do it. But anyway. At the end of the day, it's a hard problem for Blizzard to solve, and they probably won't even try to solve it, knowing them, so... Whatever, like I said, I really don't give a shit about making money from the profession. That's not why I picked it up, but it would have definitely been nice to make money from the profession. As of right now, even crafting things that can be bought and sold easily, like the sharpening stones, you actually lose money crafting the sharpening stones right now. I'd have to get like a ton of multi-crafts for it to be worth making them and trying to sell them. Those glossy stones are fucking super overpriced. I don't understand what the requirements are, but it must be high, I guess. The glossy stones equate to like 1,500, and the craft is only going to give me about 900 gold back, so it's like literally completely pointless to even try to make money from this profession right now. Not a single part of it will make any money for me other than mining. Mining is the only way to make money right now with what I have. Is anybody a jewel crafter? And like, what is the material requirement on glossy stone? Maybe I should just make a jewel crafter as well, huh? I think another thing that's actually hurting the financial part of the profession is the fact that you have to craft things once for the knowledge, so everybody's just crafting shit and they don't really care why they're crafting it, so they're just, if they do try to sell anything, they're just like, fuck it, just put it up, I don't care. I started doing jewel crafting, not that far into it. But if you end up finding out the answer to that, let me know, because I don't know the answer to it at all. But I can always go to Wowhead, I guess, yeah. That is a one-time craft, so the incentive is extremely finite. Well, that's part of it, right? Because right now is when you expect to make the money. Like, typically at the beginning of an expansion, the best time to make the money is the first 2 weeks, and it's been the opposite, so... You need 4 crumbled stone. Oh, thank you. 2 rousing earth and an eternity ember. Oh. You get crumbled stone from prospecting. And an eternal ember is just a gem? Is that... So you also get that from prospecting? An eternity ember. What is that? I guess I should just make a jewel crafter. I should probably make the warrior a jewel crafter. Jewel crafter and miner. Green quality gem. Okay. I'm just trying to understand why it's so expensive, because they're really out of price. I think it's probably because they know... Is it used for like other things, or is it literally just used for the sharpening stones? Because I haven't seen anybody mention it for anything else. In my experience early on, the best money makers are raw mats, but that changes when people start winning gear. Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about, because the gear is never going to be sellable, really. Like, it's never going to really make much of a profit. The raw mats, I guess, are maybe surprising to me, but maybe not to others. Like, to me, I expect the raw mats to be high because people are trying to craft the... What the fuck are we doing? People are trying to level their profession. But in the past, I would expect, like, for example, like flasks or something like that to sell for even more, you know? And blacksmithing just doesn't offer that, period. There's nothing I can sell. The demand on raw mats is super high. Yeah, and it's because people are also leveling the that way too, so. The raw mats are like proportionately... You can actually just go over here, I guess, instead of pulling that one back. Interesting. Thank you for the sub, Sonia Andra Games. Welcome. Leveling alchemy on alt right now seems pretty expensive to buy the mats. That's what we're saying, yeah. So far for JC, the stones are just the statue carvings and battle pets. Gotcha. Enchanting seems pretty lucrative. Yeah, enchanting and alchemy seem like the ones that if you want to make money, those are the ones. From what I've seen, at least. Alchemy is still broken right now. No, they changed it back, I think. Because I was able to make one of the things yesterday when I was on my paladin. Do you ever do raids or do you solely do Mythic Plus? Yeah, I raid, but not really on the channel. We'll probably stream the first week of raids just because I'll also be doing Mythic Plus before and after it, but I don't think that'll probably be the end of it. Oh, so here's a question to answer. Do you guys think I should put every single key on the spreadsheet or only the pugs? Last season I only put the pugs, and I feel like at that point it turned into a thing like you just want to see the weird shit that's going on. But in the beginning of the expansion, it feels like it might be more valuable to put everyone on there, even the ones that have very low chance of disbanding. Obviously, a full guild group is not going to disband, right? Unless it's a disaster of some sort. So it blurs the overall statistics, because typically people expect the statistics to only count for pugging. But it documents the runs easier for people potentially learning. Well, the habit isn't. That's not concerning to me. It would be easier to not put them on the spreadsheet, if anything. But the stats are, you know, a big part of the spreadsheet, in my opinion, at least. Can you make an additional column? Nah, I won't be doing that. There's not going to be enough of them to do that. And I don't really want to record them the whole expansion if I don't have to. It would just be one of those things to include early on because it would be beneficial for people to potentially see all the different runs. But I'm thinking it might not even really be that beneficial because I'm probably going to be doing so many runs that you wouldn't really... You would not be at a loss for any, you know? Like, you'd have so many on there anyway that it won't matter. But I'm willing to hear arguments for or against if anybody has any opinions. And if you have no opinions, that's fine too. I'll probably just think about it and make the best decision. The other problem is if I'm streaming like 24/7, how do I get all these uploaded? I'm pretty sure I could upload them while I'm streaming, but I don't think that's a great idea. But if I have like 15 runs done in one stream and 15 runs done in the next stream, how would I ever possibly upload those in one day? It would take forever. I thought the spreadsheet was just for us to find funny reasons. No, not at all. The spreadsheet is about documenting every single run, and then we just made a second spreadsheet with all the disbands because it was for that reason that you listed.
At last, Emberstoke, the forges will ring today. Stay your hand.
The spreadsheet is supposed to be an educational document. Basically, when I made it, what I wanted to have was like a catalog of every single run ever done by any community influencer. I was actually gonna originally make a website for that. In fact, me and Sai got together with the guy, and I even paid him money, and he still never did anything. So, anyway, we were going to do that, and my goal with it was to basically do exactly what I'm doing with the spreadsheet, but for everybody. Like, you know, I was gonna be like, hey, we have this website. Give me VODs, I'll add it to the list and pay you or something. I don't know. Didn't know how we were gonna handle it, but. Like, imagine if that spreadsheet I have was for every single content creator. Like, that would be insane, right? So you'd be able to see every single run Grawl does, and you'd be able to see what runs he does with the maid, what runs he does with a priest, you know, stuff like that. Like, you'd be able to learn so much from that. Like, that would be the ideal way to learn about Mythic Plus. Like, without any question, that would be the best way to learn. But nobody wants to do that because these guys are, you know, too busy, and they don't have the time or the resources to put that into their own content. So I was like, I do have that, so I might as well do it. And I think it's worked out, but I guess a lot of people don't really use it for its intended purpose. So in the dark, what do we think will be the highest disbanded key for season 1? Knockahood offensive, 100%. That one is going to be, yeah, it's going to be the worst dungeon. I can't imagine how it wouldn't be, unless there's some big outlier in Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. That's the dungeon I'm worried about the most. Because I think there's a lot of variables there. But Knockahood offensive should be the hardest one. And it'll be the worst one for pugging because there's so many movement-based problems with the dungeon. Like, if you didn't see the first dungeon of this stream, we had exactly what will probably cause a lot of issues and keys happen. The tank had this bizarre strategy that he wanted to try to employ in the dungeon. And it is not, like, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he's going and pulling shit that nobody else is pulling, you know? And everybody's in different places. And it's, like, really disorienting, but also, you know, when you do that in a Mythic Plus, you die. It's not only disorienting, but it's also going to wipe you, so. How's your vaults? The last 2 bosses are going to suck? You think that's going to be a disbanded key? I don't really... Maybe. I mean, I guess if they're really, really hard, then you might get there and disband, but usually I look for things that are like frustration disbands. 47% disband in season 12, week 12. I mean, that was bad the whole season, so. Dragonhide is so long, and the disease I think will cause a lot. Well, we're talking about season 1 right now, so. In season 2, there's going to be a lot more variables. Vaults of whatever the fuck that dungeon's called, or whatever, I don't even know. Halls of something or other. Whatever that crazy-ass big dungeon that looks like Old War is called. That is going to be the most disbanded key for sure, unless they change it massively, because it is very, very easy to die at the end of that dungeon. Like, extremely easy to die at that point in the dungeon, and the run back is like 15 minutes. Like, it's literally like, it's gonna be, that's it. If you die at the end of the dungeon and you don't want to commit battle res, then you are not getting back to that. You have to wait for the entire gauntlet to end for somebody to res you. Taxi isn't last boss of vaults. The last boss of vaults might be my least favorite. Gotcha. I just don't understand it, so I think it's gonna be a hard one just because of that. Like, it doesn't seem obviously, like, I don't really know what the right strategy is there. You just try not to move, I guess. There's a shortcut here on the right side, but the run back is still long. Yeah, it's insanely long. Like, it's gonna be really fucked. Yeah, man. Or yeah, same. I can't figure out how to dodge the orbs when 2 or 3 are gaining on me. Yeah, it's like I don't know how you're supposed to do that fight. It doesn't make any sense. Very confusing encounter from just seeing it. So I don't know if there'll be some strategy that I haven't considered that comes out, but hey Daniel, what's up, buddy? What's up, Metro? Hope you are having a good day. I am certainly. Any day I'm playing WoW and streaming it, I'm having a good day. Yeah. Be an easy way to put it. I think this right side is the play, though, huh? There's less trash on the right, I'm pretty sure. Everybody goes left and when I'm doing it normally, but there's way more trash on the right, or on the left. David, thanks for sub. Welcome. How the hell are you? The shortcut is on the right as well, I think. Oh, really? Wait, what is the shortcut? I guess I don't know what it is. That or something? That door opens or something? Oh, yeah, look at that. Interesting. Well, that's funny. So, yeah, going left is really bad. Then you definitely don't want to do that. Wait, can I put efflorescence on that bar too so I can just shift out? Yeah. When I played Druid when I was young, I always thought you could not use it. I actually know, I think in Classic that was true, yeah. In Classic you cannot use a spell that can't, like if I try to use like regrowth when I'm in bear form, it won't work. It won't even shift me out, it just doesn't work. So I'm still stuck in that habit all these years later. I think I can't put spells that would shift me out on the bar that is for the form. Oh, that's why I'm so tanky. It's 125% armor increase. Wow. What the fuck is bear form's increase? Oh, 220%. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
More trespassers! I will not allow you through!
Who do you think, like, why is this guy half injured? What do you think happened here? Is there some story for this area? I've not done it yet. I love that you're doing more damage as a healer. I'm trying. I mean, I'm not really doing now, but in the beginning I was. It's just that I'm trying to do a lot of damage where most of these people are probably just kind of jumping around pressing buttons. Normals are not really the place to judge comparative damage. But Resto Druid's damage is ridiculous. It's very good. This is insane. Like, to Convoke the Spirits as a Resto Druid is so powerful. It's for DPS. I really can't believe how good it is. Got to 66. Got to head to my in-laws for a birthday, unfortunately, though. Oh, sweet man. Adaptive Swarm does big damage with the spreading talent. Yeah, I'm not using that currently. I probably should, but... I'm looking to swap roles to healer, and I'm not sure which one to start. Holy Priest looks the easiest and the most boring. I've been bear all my life. Gotcha. Oh, I have to play Resto Druid. That's probably going to be the most familiar. I mean, Resto Druid shares a lot of spells with Bear Druid, so... Play Disc, it's more fun this expansion and not as hard to deal with damage and Mythic Plus anymore. Oh yeah. I definitely do want to have a Disc Priest going, man. Resto Druid is definitely tier 1, number 1. Is it for what you mean, fun or power or what? I guess it's because this character is so much geared compared to my shaman, but it's like I don't ever really even have to heal on this character. So it's kind of weird. I'm just basically playing a DPS. Yesterday I had to heal a ton. I guess maybe the groups are better today too. What is going to be the raid comp for this raid coming out? The raid comp? What does that mean? You mean for our guilds? I don't know. Too many people to list. Sorry. We're going to have many players, and some of them will tank, and very few of them will tank, and some of them will heal. Both, I would say, are fun and strong. A lot of the pro players think Evoker and Druid is going to be top tier. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Thing is, a lot of what they think is not really relevant to the way I play the game, so we'll see what's actually... If it's anything... Oh yeah, I never even used this. If it's anything like the situation with Holy Priest, it's going to be kind of frustrating. If the best healer for them is the worst healer for pugging, then it gets really frustrating. Holy Priest was so fucking bad. It took me a while to realize it, but man... Yeah, they just had such a shit kit for pugging. The whole PI thing was just, it caused actually just as many fights as it caused, like, benefits, I think. Oh, you can soothe this? What the fuck? Maybe only on normal you can soothe it. I don't think you can soothe this on higher difficulties. top tier is kind of irrelevant in anything other than really high keys. Well, it's just all opinions, right? And so the people who are making those lists are typically making them from the perspective of we're doing coordinated pushing. Like, you know what I mean? How many people are out there doing it from the grounds up, like from the pugging aspect? I should, you know, as much as I don't want to do that again, I probably should do it again because I feel like I'm probably one of very few people actively making content and pugging as much as I am. Most of the people who do content and YouTube in general, seriously, are not people who are pugging. At least from what I could tell, I don't know. I haven't really found anyone else, to be honest. The whole principle is just a flawed thing, though. The thing that really pisses me off is, like, I spent all this time making a disclaimer, and people still, like, comment things that it's like they didn't even read or they didn't even hear the disclaimer, which is literally like 5 seconds into the video. So that's one of the main reasons I think they're just pointless, because people don't even like listen. You just fucking see what you tell them the top class is and they start getting agitated. Crazy how much of the content made is just using secondhand info. Right, exactly. Like a lot of the mid-tier people are probably like just like getting info from Max and being like, oh, this is the facts then, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's dangerous. Then you have like one person accidentally informing everybody in the game, and that's how you get bad info. That's how you get archaeology. In real life archaeology. I just give PI to the lowest DPS so he can keep up. Not sure it is smart. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna get into a lot of fights about that. That's actually probably like the funniest way to use it is simply not use it. Just don't even take the talent and see what people say. That would actually be funny to see what people have to say about that. Use it on yourself to assert dominance. The thing about using it on yourself is at least like there's a reason why you might want to do that, right? I think it'd be funnier to just like protest it, you know, like just be like, fuck you, I'm not using this spell. I'm not giving you this spell. I'm not giving anybody this spell, you know? Yeah, I guess it's kind of the same result.
We'll build a new world, free from their corruption.
Yeah, good luck with that. You can't really do that while you're dead. Kashin the Unyielding. I honestly think like I shouldn't heal people through that mistake. Like they need to learn that as soon as possible. There's a talent that gives it to you when you use it on ally. Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh. Wait, so you can still use it on yourself with that talent? What does it just only give it once then at that point? I didn't realize that. I thought it wouldn't allow you to use it if you didn't give it to somebody else. That's actually really funny then, yeah, no doubt. You don't PvP, do you? Nope. That's actually funny as shit. That's the answer then, yeah. Do it that way.
Beware.
I feel like shoring up your weakest asset is an underappreciated strat. That's a good way to do it for sure, yeah. But we're just talking about the social problems with the game, not necessarily the way you should play the game. I actually love spells like that in concept, group support, but in WoW, for whatever reason, they are... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It sucks. The problems the game has are almost entirely because people aren't willing to just play an RPG, you know? Like, think about all the... you know, the whole work order system is a response to that, right? Like, the only reason gear has to be BOP in the first place is because of shit like this, you know? It's actually kind of crazy, like, if they just made the game the best way it could be as an RPG and been like, alright, anybody who wants to fucking, like, do stupid try-hard elitism shit, then they just can get fucked. Like, waste your time doing that. We don't care, you know? If they didn't care about this kind of thing, I think the game itself would probably be way healthier. Maybe the community would be even worse, but... yeah, I don't know. I'm always very intrigued by the idea of this game being its best RPG version instead of its best MMORPG version and seeing what would be different. The weird thing is that the amount of people who want to do the tryhard stuff, though, even they absolutely do not need to. That's what I'm saying, yeah. So if you create the game as, like, we're not supporting this anymore, then I think a lot of those people fall off, you know? I think that stops being a thing. But, like, right now, people who don't even, yeah. People who aren't even serious about the game pretend they're serious just because other people are kind of telling them that that's how they need to play the game. And I think a lot of that is because Blizzard is, like, making the game like that, you know? It's like, well, we're making these constraints so you don't have to do this or that, you know? And we force you to do this, but not that, and you can do this whenever you want, and all these things. Or if they just made everything, like, the best version of a single-player RPG and then allow a lot of people to play it, I think a lot of that weird pressure just kind of goes away. Because then all of a sudden you realize you're basically just ruining the game for yourself. You're basically doing shit that's just making the game worse instead of making your success higher. It's never gonna happen, so who cares? But I always think about that, like, if I could design WoW myself, what would I change? And that would be the #1 thing I would change. Take all of this preponderance out about, like, trying to make the elitist casual not have as many roadblocks. And just let them make that mistake and learn from it instead. We all know Lock can't do damage without PI. Alright. Have you healed on Evoker yet? No, I haven't even touched Evoker. Just on the Alpha I did a little bit, but that was it. I can see doing Cobalt Rep if you have no plans to raid or do Mythic Plus. Otherwise, it's kind of a wasted effort. That's a... maybe I'm not sure I agree with that one, but... that ring is really good for tanking, and I do think now that I have it, it's probably worth getting at all costs. I don't really enjoy content like that, but I still did it. And I guess I got lucky to do it when it was a lot faster, because maybe that would have burned me out, but... that ring is very potent. Like, it's probably not going to get replaced week 1. It would have to be a very high item level ring for me to consider replacing it. That's the problem with putting procs on rings. Like, now it's hard to replace that, you know? The stats themselves on the ring are bad, but rings in general don't really require extremely good stats. Like, they're usually the weakest piece, stat-wise. Yeah, like, this fight alone is going to be a mess in Mythic Plus. Or did I fucking put my Star Surge into him when he was still immune? God damn it. A lot of trinkets today. We're getting a lot of trinkets. Your guild recruit newbies? I don't want to say one way or the other. I don't really feel like it's not my guild, you know, so I don't want to tell you one way or the other. If you are on Dalaran and you want to apply, then maybe you can do that, but I don't want to say yes or no because I don't know for sure. It seems like they invite people who are looking for guilds on the server, but I don't want to say that for sure. There's like probably like 30 people online at any time, and there's probably like 5 or 6 of them that are not raiders, so I guess they came from somewhere. That's effective. Like, I don't know who this person is at all. I don't know who this person is at all. I don't know who this person is at all, so... yeah. A couple people who are just in there, I guess, because they wanted to join the guild, but not necessarily raid. Must be a druid thing. Our druid healer got 3 trinkets out of 6 dungeons. Jesus. Yeah, maybe. That one's probably actually better than the one I have now, yeah. Well, it's certainly better than this fucking mana battery, but yeah. Where's the other trinket I got? Let's just replace this thing finally. I got a bunch of trinkets. I don't even know where they are now. This is definitely going a lot faster, though. I think the buff helps, obviously, but it's also because I'm doing so much damage compared to the other character. What does this even do? Increases an ally armor. Oh, what the fuck? That's useless. That's actually useless. Okay, back to this one. The 10% Darkmoon Faire buff for experience. It was really only about maybe like 15% slower than questing, so now it's a lot closer to where it should be. Is this Ultimate a revamp of the old one, or is it a new dungeon? A little bit of both, actually. You start in the old dungeon, and then, yeah, it becomes an entirely different dungeon after the first boss. It's kind of cool, actually. I really like how they did that.
We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
Makes sense since it's supposed to be an archaeological dig site. Right, like they just find like a whole new area in it, yeah. Well, that's funny because that door used to exist though. So like if you go back to the original version of it, the door that we actually walk through is there in Classic too. It just doesn't have a hole in it, you know what I mean? Like it's just a small room where the creeper is in and that's it for whatever reason. I love how they handled this too, how they just made a second dungeon and didn't remove the first one. That's hopefully going to be how they handle any of this type of stuff moving forward, because it's just really fucking bad for the game when you're removing all this content from the old days. Hopefully we won't ever see that again. It's strange how little actual healing is needed, though. I don't know if it's just something... Maybe like Ysera's gift is covering it? I don't really know. I feel like I almost never actually have to heal anybody in these dungeons. Whereas yesterday we were like really struggling to keep everybody alive at times. They were actually like hard. But maybe, what level are we? We're only 64. Maybe it didn't start getting late way until the end. I don't remember. I always end up doing the mechanics and you don't need to. I love how Moonfire actually does good damage again. It's really good, yeah. Top damage. Is that, what is that? Where is that coming from? I don't even know. I don't think I even have a talent that buffs it, do I? Not that I've seen. Mastery, like, I shouldn't even take this talent, huh? Because this is useless. What does Mastery do for me while I'm in Moonkin form? Absolutely nothing, right? I guess that's a good talent for healing at least, but... The talents are strange. The class, I guess I can see the point about the class tree being kind of weak. We also have 2 more fucking talent points that I haven't spent, right? I don't even know where I'm going to spend it. I guess take a CD that I don't even really plan on using.
You better go on while Olaf recovers.
Halt! The unworthy will not enter this hallowed place. Keeper Tyr's secrets will be protected.
Beware.
Yeah, so I guess I should just only ever use Starfire when we're in AoE situations right now. See, in the past, with Bombkin Affinity, you still used to have those empowerments, like the lunar and solar thingies. But that doesn't exist anymore, I guess, so... Now it's just use whichever one does the most DPS, and I don't really know the answer to that. 3.2k damage, but it's a 1.3 second cast, or 4.9k damage, but it's a 2.1 second cast. So I think it's probably Wrath or whatever. Wrath when it's single target, and otherwise it's Sunfall or whatever. Starfall. Starfire. Okay. So it doesn't seem to matter. No matter what spell you use, it says very little damage compared to the dots, so... The bat's still silent, so yeah. Is the Fury Warrior 70? 60. That's why he's doing so much damage. It's like probably somebody who's super geared from 60 still. The more you level, the worse your gear gets, basically. Oh, not really. Faded Raid Finder. That's interesting. It's actually not very geared at all, yeah.
Activating additional defenses. Enemy marked.
His top damage, he's got a lot of damage from this trinket, which I've known to scale really strangely. But I guess that could be a big part of it. He did 60k damage with this trinket that almost beat the Warlock.
Whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
I feel like I'm never going to use Innervate. I don't know why I even took it. Is there any other talents that are valuable? I should probably try to get a little bit of the bear form stuff, maybe. Maybe I can still get an interrupt. I have to have another look at the talents. With this much commitment deep, I think maybe I can't get it, but maybe I can now at 70. I guess I don't really need these talents. This talent really doesn't help us at all right now. It's completely useless. But it feels like it'd be good. I did some dungeons with a Havoc Demon Hunter. Level 60 doing like 120k DPS. Yeah, I mean Havoc alone, like even not in that situation, seems insanely powerful. Havoc and Monk, they seem like the best 2 specs right now. From what I've seen. I haven't really seen any caster impress me, but I guess if I had to pick one, it'd be Evoker, yeah. Saw an Ellie Shaman doing a lot? Oh yeah. I haven't seen many Shaman in general. Mostly enhanced nowadays. Yeah, it's impossible to say anything right now. But it's consistently Windwalker, and they're always better than everything else. Windwalker and Demon Hunter. So that's probably not going to stay that way, one way or the other, because I know a little bit of nerfs are coming, but yeah, it still seems to be probably something you can learn from. Not even seen a Windwalker, but Demon Hunter definitely an issue, yeah. Drifted. Do you need to do the campaign on alts? Nope. You can do anything you want on the alts at that point. Everything scales. Windwalker do way more damage than Demon Hunter? Oh, really? I haven't actually compared the two of them. I just always see them like miles above the rest of the classes.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect.
Like, I did a key with somebody in our guild who plays Windwalker, and he plays it relatively well, but it's not his main spec. He plays a healer mostly, and he was doing like 150k on some of the packs, and I guess it was something to do with Touch of Death. I don't really understand. They were big packs, but it was like, what the fuck? He was doing like 70% of the group's damage. I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? They deserve to be good for one season at least. You're talking about Windwalker? Windwalker's like a perennially strong pick in keys. Or you're talking about Havoc, because Havoc has not had its day recently, but it used to be one of the best specs. Going into zeros at... Oh, you're talking about Havoc. Yeah. They were really good in like Legion. There's a TOD bug that lets it hit 5 targets. Is that a bug though, or is that part of the talent? I thought that was part of a talent. Going into Mythic 0 at 310 item level healer isn't bad. Got up 20 eyeballs in one run. Yeah, certainly. I did it last night at about the same, but I already had a bunch of the locks, so I couldn't do it again. It's not working correctly though? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's why. The bug isn't 5 targets, it's that it applies full execute damage to all targets if you don't take a certain talent. Okay. That makes sense. Touch of Death is insane, and you can do an AoE touch, yeah. Well, it's called Touch of Death, right? Like, I mean, let's get serious here. Like, it's supposed to be insane, right? Oh, by the way, how do you think the tree looks good now? I moved it. You can see more, but it's still really only going to be one part of the screen you can see, unfortunately. Now I feel like I'm kind of like drifting out of the camera though a little bit. I need to go like that a bit. Yeah, that's good. Christmas is coming up. It doesn't really feel like it because there's Dragonflight instead, which is pretty much just a better version of Christmas. You certainly get way more gifts, right? Like, I don't know. But yeah, Christmas is still there. I believe the talents have reduced the cooldown significantly as well. Nice. How is Dragonflight so far? Better than Christmas, yeah. We were just talking about that. Welcome. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe how good it is. The way I've been saying it is I played it a ton on the beta. I knew I was going to love it before it even came out, and somehow I love it even more than that. Which is... like, that's shocking even to me, because I knew I was going to love it, but I didn't think I'd still... Like, it still feels like it's like launch day to me. I feel like I'm still like... It feels like it's day one still. Like, I'm that hyped still. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Are we out of tickets? Anyway, we should probably start doing something with these, huh? Oh yeah, that's the trinket I had that I should have put on. Definitely put that on over this thing. Tear through time and steal power from your future self. What the fuck? Okay, well that's fine. We'll put that on. I'm done with my second alt. Don't really feel like doing a third alt. Okay, thanks for letting me know, man. Smoldering Fiendish at what is that for? Some of this stuff. We're supposed to. That's the only problem with being here. We can't really train professions while we're here. I don't know where to put this here. Lots to DE so far. Let me finish this first. If I can. I hope Mythic Plus always drop Primal Chaos. Yeah, they do. They always drop it. I mean, you need a lot though, so. I don't actually remember how many we're getting. I think we're getting like 10, but I think it's like per difficulty. You probably get like 1 from a 2 and then goes up or something. You only have 10 more seconds. What's making you dungeon level rather than quest? Just for something different, yeah. The main one was I wanted to level the shaman, and I didn't really want to play it as enhanced in the world content because I didn't want it to be hindered by my lack of knowledge about the spec. And people were, when I was leveling the paladin on stream, everybody's like, oh, you're not doing dungeons? Why are you not there so fast? I got 6 levels from 1 kill. And then of course we get in them and they're horrible, but... Primal Chaos is a real wall for crafting gear. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I guess compared to the rest of the material, I think what you're experiencing there is that everything else about the fucking crafting is super easy to get. Or that hasn't been the case. Dungeon spam is only good if you're in a group of 5. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I got 7 levels from 1 kill. That guy sucks. Jesus, that guy got really unlucky then, yeah. It's just so funny how that always gets. You'll get to 70 in 2 hours, yeah. It's always funny though. I mean, no offense to anybody, but that happens a lot in chat. It's not even just here though. I'm sure it's everybody, but everybody just kind of embellishes things like just a little bit probably at the start, and then it gets worse and worse and worse. Like they just keep going, you know, they never stop. Like, I mean, I did the same thing with leveling. It's like, oh, I could level in 6 hours, then it's 5 hours. Now we're talking about under 5 hours, you know. It's like, okay, let's just try to be a little bit more factual here. Hey, Dabalka, what's up? How's it going, man? And we got people like this, so that doesn't help. Doing good, nice, man. Good to hear that. Frank is fucking powerful, holy shit. Wow, what the fuck? Did they buff Trank? Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking healing. How did you like the storyline? I'm not really a big story guy, to be honest, no. It's pretty interesting, though. I think this is going to be a very interesting story-wise. Expansion story-wise. Personally, I like to sprinkle in some dungeons for a change of pace, and they used to be a good source of gear compared to quests. Not so much in Dragonflight. And Dragonflight doesn't seem like there's any reason to even mess around with dungeons for gearing. You get so much just from world content, yeah. You got to get the item level up before the world content starts getting good, though. So I guess dungeons are... Like, honestly, like, you know, when we started this expansion, I had a conversation with people in the guild, like, all right, you got to do zeros. Don't even think about not doing your zeros. But now it's like... well, if you don't even want to do the dungeons, just make sure you do world content, because it's probably even better. Fly around, kill rares for a couple hours. What you can also do is battlegrounds while leveling. You get experience, and by the time you are level 7, you have full valor. Oh god, I can't. Oh god, I can barely do the fucking dungeons. Content I actually like. I can't imagine doing battlegrounds. Especially considering I die all the time, so we'd lose the Darkmoon buff. It's only 16 minutes. I needed to refresh it. I didn't realize. This dungeon is like always just so calming though. It's so crazy. Stunned. I would rather set fire to my eyes than do battlegrounds. I don't dislike battlegrounds that much, but they're just not fun. There's so many other things that are so fun about the game. That's PvP is not on that list. Epic Battlegrounds is at Blood DK is kind of fun though, to be honest. But easy doesn't really matter. Like I don't give a shit. I mean, what do you mean easy? It's player versus player. How is that easy? Somebody has to win and somebody has to lose.
Beware.
There is no sign of the sun.
What I'm saying, it's easy wins. I did 2 yesterday on stream and we lost both of them, so. You might be not thinking about how the game works properly, because obviously, if there was more than a 50% win rate for any one side, there would be an issue. Yeah, 50% chance to win 100% of the time.
Make use of this powerful ley line. While a marvel to behold, I am unsure of what effects it will have on your mortal.
Oh my god, these guys like actually just aggroing these.
Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
Do a little education here, help these guys out. Trank must have been buffed, because last time I played Resto Druid, Trank was like actually just not even worth using, it felt like. I remember people saying like it's only worth it in raids, basically.
You have discovered one of my books of translocation. Since the majority of the Vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
Trank's cooldown is too big for the icon. It's a 3-minute cooldown. What's up? Hey, Guitar, what's up, buddy? Long time no see. How you been? What are those cool wings from? I guess this. Hardened scales. I don't know how, like, I really don't know what's going on right here. Some kind of buff you get from just being here, I guess. Tell them it expands and contracts. I was going to explain that, but I just can't be asked typing all that shit out. Because some of them pat and some of them expand and contract, so it's like, he'll figure it out. Now that he knows that you can dodge it. It's just important that people know you can do that. Hey, LRI, welcome. How you doing? Welcome. How are you today? Rooted. We don't fear that as a druid. Took me 5 hours or so. Oh yeah, what'd you level Blood DK, right? How'd it go? What'd you anything notable that occurred? I've been good. Took a little break late season 4. Gotcha. How's the launch been for you, man? Was extremely squishy at around level 66 for some reason, but before that it was mega strong. Interesting. What was the gear like on the character? Did you not have much gear going into it? I haven't actually leveled a character with no gear. That's partially why I did the shaman in the dungeons, because I didn't really know what to expect. But I do worry that part of the speed... Oh, 280, that's pretty good. Huh. I did worry that part of the speed was going to be because of how geared my Death Knight was. Even at like 66, you probably still haven't replaced much gear at 280, huh? This character's 64 and I have a few pieces I should probably have paid attention to, but it still doesn't really even need much gear, and I didn't play it at all in Season 4. I've never experienced so much fun questing and doing early expansion stuff. It's outstanding. Yeah, that's the best part of the expansion. The world content is just spectacular. It's like literally, and everything feeds into itself. Like, it's all double dipping, you know? Like, you have good professions, which makes world content more which makes world stuff more interesting, and then you have good travel, so it makes gathering professions more interesting, and then you have good reps. So, you know, like all of these things, like they all just work together. Not used to seeing my HP bar move after doing Prot Warrior. Yeah, it's interesting. That was certainly not my experience, but yeah, you know, it does start to get the big problem is like you don't have massive haste anymore after a while, and then you start to not have big blood shields and stuff, so you're just taking more damage than you would be otherwise. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Well, we can both say it, dude. Like, it's fine. We can both say it. It's not restricted to only one of us saying it, so. Or is it? Maybe it is. I don't even know. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, no, man, it's great. I'll tell you what, I'm really shocked. Like I've been saying, I expected to love it, and I love it even more than I expected to love it, which is crazy. I'll definitely follow what you said, though, on alts. Yeah, sweet. If you have any questions, let me know. Hopefully I can help. I haven't really leveled too many alts, but I do think the thing for, like, guides and stuff is that it's going to tell you about what quests are really not that efficient to do. So that would be kind of the one tip, is don't do the ends of the campaigns because they're really slow compared to the beginnings. I think that guy said it, so see you in court, I guess. Yep, see you there. I got a question. Do you believe in Bigfoot? What's that? What is Bigfoot? Big Head, you mean, from Silicon Valley? That was a funny show. My HP with Bloody Key doesn't go low almost ever. What happens if you, like, fall out of the sky? I died a few times to fall damage. It just looks like I take damage before I heal to full again. Gotcha. I don't think I've really died in combat at any point. His Death Knight can fly. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes it a lot easier.
So beautiful, so powerful, all for me.
Bigfoot is a mythical creature like the Loch Ness Monster. Oh, okay. So not expressly not real, like definitely not. You can't believe in Bigfoot. I don't know anything about it, sorry. Sounds like a disease. I've contracted Bigfoot. It's like trench foot, huh? I guess more like a condition than a disease, yeah. Put too much pressure on one foot, now I got Bigfoot. Bigfoot, also known as the Sam Squanch. Sam Squidge. Got it. You have to beat the campaign to unlock world quests, that's correct, yep. You have to do it at least once on your account. And yet you use time to explain. Time explains pretty much everything. Time is a flat circle. Everything we've ever done will do forever and ever. Whatever the quote is. Gotta say though, Grizzly Hills looking zone is just gorgeous. Yeah. Yes it is. That is true. The music is so ambient too. It's just like this expansion's music is somehow even better than most expansions music, and most expansions music is fucking spectacular. It's actually shocking to me. Like I don't know how they keep making music better and better in this game. I don't really get it. I don't know, and I don't understand making music, I guess, but somehow they manage to make it even more and more. Like every expansion, it keeps getting better, it seems. I saw a random poll on Twitter, and Azure Span came in second to an Aran Plains. That's crazy. I mean, an Aran Plains is cool, honestly. I quite like it, but I'm not really into the whole centaur thing. Like, are we really having a centaur expansion? No, it's a dragon expansion. I think Thousand Needles zone is better looking. Better looking than what? You think a classic zone is better looking than a Dragonflight zone? That's wild. I like Thousand Needles a lot, actually. It's one of my favorite zones from Classic, but man, it's not even hold up, and not even close to hold up to the today's standards. Oh my god, trinkets, 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 trinkets. Can I get fucking gloves? Got 226 gloves on still. Shoulders as well, although I probably vendored things that could have replaced them. I didn't even think I had those on.
I sense a breach behind it.
Brackenhide's music? Oh, I don't know if I know the music very well. I guess they want to be the centaur of attention. Oh, that's weird. The camera makes it look like the lights are flickering, but it's just because of the focus, I guess. That was a good joke. That got ruined by me looking at the camera there. Sorry about that.
I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Tilash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
Art and music team always crushing it. And they are, and that's what is crazy to me. Like, they keep getting better. They never go backwards. Like, I don't... Really, since I turned music on in MOP, I used to never play with music on. But since I turned music on in MOP, every expansion seems to just get better and better. Like, I guess I don't really remember WoD being that good, but MOP was very, very good. I'm sure WoD has great music, I just don't remember it. I'm definitely leaving after that and unsubbing. Oh, damn. Unlucky. By the way, do you have any idea if Cop is going to continue his tank journey? I hope so. I don't know, man. Cop's not sure. Don't want to tell anybody what he's doing because I don't know what he's doing. But if it was up to both of us together, then that would be a great thing to do, yeah. I hope they do it again with somebody else too. Harry and I spoke about him doing it as well, but that dude can't commit to even one thing, let alone all these different things he's got going on in his life. So I don't think that one will ever happen, but if it does, that would be very, very entertaining. I think people would like to watch that. It'll be more entertaining than educational for sure. He's a fucking card. Strangest person I've ever met. Cop has been having some IRL struggles this last week, but he refuses to let it stop him from enjoying Dragonflight. There's Cop. What's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Maybe he could shed more insight into the question at hand. What's up, Cop? That's it. I've had enough of watching, getting the expansion now, so I can get my prop pally rolling. Oh, that's great, Dave. I'm glad to hear that, man. You've gone through the full gambit of emotions on this expansion, and now it's time to go play it. It's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. If you have any questions, let me know. I almost got knocked off again. Last time, that happened, it was actually a good thing. Not bad. I do intend to continue tanking. I am so in love with being a Windwalker again, though. I feel like a struggle to want to tank. Yeah, no doubt. Windwalker looks really good right now. I guess it's partially because of a bug that maybe it's been fixed by now. I don't know. Fresh was absolutely fucking blasting the trash in that dungeon we did together, though. Like, ridiculous damage. Unbelievable. Never saw any number like that from anybody this expansion. Are you excited about any of the old dungeons they're bringing back for Mythic Plus? I love Court of Stars and Halls of Valor. Those are two of my favorite dungeons, so I'm excited about those. Two of my favorite dungeons in Mythic Plus from a time when we had just started doing it, you know, so it's kind of a little nostalgic even. It was Touch of Death cleaving with no cap, right? Touch of Death has been saying since first I saw the trait, if you spec deeply into it, you will delete packs. Yeah, I guess it was bugged too, but even after they fix that, it's probably still going to be great. What are we doing? Okay, let's run all the way around over here. Fine. It was bugged, yeah, but they fixed it. Gotcha. Fun while it lasted, yeah.
Her secrets will be mine. Now you will pay.
It doesn't even seem like it matters if you soak that on normal. The guy didn't do it and he's not even at 50% health.
Her secrets will be mine.
What happened to the music?
Lies.
We are too late. Oh.
A lot of people telling us that the people who are giving us information are lying in this expansion now. Yeah, in Torghast it was always fun. It was always doing full damage to 5 targets, so if it was above the target cap, that was probably the bug, but it still does insane damage. I think it's supposed to do reduced damage or something, I guess is what they said. And it wasn't for a while there. No tail swipe on this boss, I guess. Let me know if we can cut the dragon tail off like in Dark Souls and get a nice little mace. It'll be a hell of a mace. Get an enchanting crystal. It looks more like a crystal. Not really sure what's going on with this boss. What the hell is even going on down here? For my money, the big thing is the ability to use it twice without being the CD being incurred. Oh, cool. I don't know. It's a single thing about it, so. That's correct. I think the 30% on the cleaves, it was literally just deleting packs if you hit it twice. Yeah. And what they would they even respawn after they were deleted, or would they actually just be permanently removed? That's alarming. Double execute back to back is fun, yeah, no doubt. They were thrown in jail, holy fuck. What the hell? No wonder why that was nerfed. Jail is like hard to get out of at times, right? Unless you're like a very savvy person with a spoon or something. Alright, we gotta refresh our buff. We lost the buff for the end there, so that was a big loss there. Man, it's a long level. It's 44 minutes. It always feels longer than it is. But that's not very good for 64, so yeah, this is definitely not a very fast way to level. Erase from the servers, that sounds pretty powerful. Yeah, nerf spoons, so they could do that too, but... Yeah, you need a spoon and physics-defying poster to escape jail, in my understanding. Yeah, what was that? What am I even thinking of when I'm saying that? Thinking of something. Not sure what it is. Shawshank Redemption, that's it, yeah. Well, we can't actually like level the profession here, unfortunately. Good movie. I've heard good things about that film, yeah. Make one of these at least, that's it. Oh, we haven't even gotten a ring yet, so we can't. Oh, we don't have a rod either. Okay, we're gonna have to... we can hearth, I guess, and then just hearth back here afterwards. I don't know, I guess it's not... I shouldn't worry about it right now. This is the same tank from the last group. We'll just do it after the stream's over, pretty much. We're definitely not going to get to 70 on stream, so just takes too long. This is not a very fast way to level, it seems.
The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
You enjoying the nice relaxing leveling dungeons? It is actually quite fun. Healing the dungeons is so much more fun than actually tanking them. Which is strange, but they're just way too easy as a tank. Healer, it's slightly challenging, but it's actually really fun to be like a Resto Druid DPS. Having a lot of fun playing this as like a hybrid DPS, basically. Hybrid DPS who does mostly DPS globals, but does heal a good amount as well. Got my enhanced shaman to 60 from 25 last night. Oh wow, didn't realize you were leveling it that far. So I think today I will see what adventure mode looks like. Sweet. It's not, yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's not really going. The best thing about adventure mode is that you can do any zone in any order. That's definitely the best thing. Okay, so if you're gonna pull all this, you gotta interrupt it. You think leveling is too fast? Maybe. I could see why people would say that, you know. It makes it makes sense for that conversation to be had. Do I care that it's too fast? Personally, no. I like it this speed. I like leveling, but it's so antiquated at this point. I think it's better for the game to do this. But the first time you play through an expansion, it only takes like 6 hours. I don't know. That's kind of strange. I think that is not really normal. But I don't have any strong opinions on it one way or the other. It makes doing leveling challenges more fun, but it's harder to consider them a challenge when it doesn't even take 24 hours to do it, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, now we're getting to the point where it's more of, that's why pretty much why I started doing the speed leveling stuff, because it's no longer really a challenge to finish these things anymore. It's now just a matter of one day of play, and that's it. But they certainly set the game up to work really well, even though it's so fast. Like, everything scales, everything's in any order now, so it being fast doesn't really stop you from having fun. It just seems a little strange, I think. Let's put it this way. My favorite leveling experience for a long time is Classic. And it takes, obviously, a very long time to level in Classic. So I don't think, like, length of leveling is that important to me. But it's just about the experience along the way. I suppose it's less intimidating from a time investment standpoint to do a leveling challenge for you at some point if you wanted. Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing for me. But it turns into not as much of a challenge. So it's also a bad thing because, I don't know. It's like, I like doing the leveling challenges, but you can't really do them if they're going to take like 5 weeks of you know, because I only have a few hours a week that I could dedicate to it when I'm streaming and playing it elsewhere. So now at least it's like I can do these like more, but it's almost at the point where it's like, oh, now I'm just kind of doing them and they're not even really challenging. So why am I doing them? So that's why I started turning them into more like a speed, like, so now it's like, how fast can I do a naked leveling challenge? You know, that's quite interesting now, you know? We're doing a speed run plus a challenge at the same time, which is actually kind of interesting. no longer about just finishing the challenge. Now it's about finishing it as fast as you can too, and seeing how well you can do that. I always level naked. Oh really? You mean in real life? That's a good way to do it. Sometimes it gets hot. Yeah, eventually Cop's gonna get so good at leveling that his marathons aren't even gonna be marathons, right? You won't even be up for fucking 24 hours. Real marathons will take more time. Running marathons. Alright, let's use Convoke on this fella. I did enjoy leveling in Dragonflight though. Feels like you still find new even on your third go. Yeah, that's the best. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, yep, see you later. Ran right through that. Yeah, it's awesome though. I love the leveling in Dragonflight is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. So many different ways you can level too, like you said. Intellect one-hander. Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, I guess that's why I just didn't realize that the stun was going to stop me from getting out of that mechanic. As the caster, I had been like running away from it, but it's probably not better to do that. Just stay on the inside. That's why I did it. Wait, where are we? We're here. That's why I did it as enhanced last time. I feel like I can do 1 to 70 in about 16 to 20 hours. Yep. What was your time on the shaman? I can't remember.
So many birds! Help us get rid of them!
It's weird how easy the zeros were this time around. Yeah, I've been thinking about why, and I think it's because they were going to make Mythic Plus harder, so they wanted to scale things a little bit easier on the low end. That's the only thing I could think of, because otherwise it's really strange. 16 to 20 hours seems kind of fast. I mean, there's people doing it less than that, yeah. 19 hours. Oh shit, I didn't realize it was that fast already. So yeah, you're way under 24 hours already then.
All right. Now we need to clear
That's cool.
out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Wait, so what, I'm confused. Why did you say 16 to 20 hours if you did it in 19 hours?
Beware. Beware.
I forgot how fast. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so you thought it was longer than it was too. That's funny. That's what, because I was like sure that it was longer than that. 12 to 16, yeah. 16 is probably, I don't know if you're going to cut that many hours off it just by changing specs, but... Whoops, I didn't actually click that.
Beware.
How is it 12 to 16 if it's 19? He's thinking that he did it on a spec that he never really played before, and he thinks that that added a lot of time to it. I think it probably added some time to it, but I don't think it added 5+ hours. The difference between 12 and 16 when we're talking about 19 hours is a massive difference anyway, so that's probably enough to not look at it that way. Yeah, I think you can do 16 for sure. Cut in 3 hours. I mean, that's for me like Blood Decay and Prop Pally. That's the difference there. Prop Pally was almost an hour and a half longer than the Death Knight, and it really wasn't even that undergeared. It was just I didn't really have a good like handle on the spec enough to maximize it. Some specs are faster than others, but not that much faster. Well, he's talking about a spec that he knows how to play very well and a spec he doesn't know how to play very well, so that's why he's saying that. So level as your main or level as a character you've never played before, which you think is going to be faster and how much different you think it would be? I don't think it would be that different, but it's certainly going to make a big difference. Plus Monk also has the experience things, which it's looked at as the best leveler still right now either way. Even though I do think those things are a little overrated, they are definitely obviously better than not having them. Or you can actually purge all of those stacks at once. Okay. Gear is a big thing for sure too. Also also choice of and better knowledge of the zones. Right, yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting if you just followed this, well, I don't know. I really don't think this Rested Experience route is very good for 1 to 60, but it'd be interesting to see what you would do with that add-on, to be honest. I mean, you know the BFA zones well, too, and I don't at all, and that was still pretty good. What do you think of Rested Experience for Dragonflight? Well, I have some mixed emotions on it because it really fucked me, but I have to take the blame too. Like, I can't just blame the add-on for that. But it didn't do as good of a job as I hoped it was going to at the thing I needed it to do the most, and that was correct for over experience gain. Like in Classic, it's extremely good at that. Like if you're like a level and a half higher, it's going to skip a ton of quests that you don't need. But it did not do that pretty much whatsoever in Dragonflight, and that really fucked me. But you know, that's my fault just as much as it's the add-ons. The campaign, though, seems insanely good. Like, the optimization to do the campaign is excellent. The add-on is fucking 10 out of 10. It had so many cool little things I never would have thought to do. But for the next version of questing, the Threads of Fate, it doesn't, or whatever, the adventure mode, it doesn't really have anything new. That's just skip a few campaign quests. That's the only thing that it really says that I wouldn't really... You know, I expected it to be very different. I thought the two versions would be very different, but they are not at all. So the guides basically just do the campaign, but skip some of the slow quests. It's like, okay, that's not really how I want to level, so I probably won't use it much going forward. But we'll see if they ever update it. The best thing about the add-on is great. It's not even the guide that you should even think about, because the add-on is so, like, it's so powerful. You can make your own guide even if you wanted to, you know? I need to do that someday because I would love to have that functionality of the add-on, but with the guide I want to run. I don't know. I got 20 levels in SMV last night without touching the bonus objectives. No idea how BFA could be faster. 20 levels. Well, it goes to BFA at a time when 20 levels is not even... But yeah, it is weird because it seemed like everybody agreed that the WAD intro was like a extremely fast way to level, but they don't have that in the Alliance guide for some reason. It's only in the Horde guide. I don't really get why. It makes me think that the person who made the BFA portion of it just does that all the time, so they think that's the fastest, but they didn't really try other things too much or something. But it is Chic Runner, who's a very, yeah, that's a respectable person. It's not like it's some random person. Hey Sarah, what's up? Have you used the Zygor one at all compared to Rested Experience? No. I don't even, Zygor, I don't even know. I only remembered that was a thing recently and people brought it up and compared the two. But yeah, like you can make your own guide too. You don't even need to pay. And I honestly think that would probably be the better way to do it because, especially for the way I play, I don't think the route is good for me at times. I did start making the, I just made like a little placeholder so I would remember to do it in the future, but I added the first like so many quests of the Barons into the guide and it works fine. It's not very hard to do. It's kind of, it's like a lot of typing, I guess. You have to type it all into a text file, but yeah, if I ever make it, I'll definitely publish it for you guys to use 100%. Won't be anytime soon, but someday I'll definitely do it. It would just be fun to just go around and make like a bunch of efficient routes through zones that I love doing. So just a little bit more fun, like not the fastest way to level, but more fun way to level. Fun and fast instead of just fast. I also am not really a big fan of death skips. I don't like doing that, especially because I usually use a shade scale while leveling, so that ruins that. So I probably would never actually do any death skips while leveling, and that's unfortunately kind of a big part of some of the routes in some of the zones. You have to death skip. Otherwise, you're just running up and down the zone a bunch.
Greetings, New. Who are you?
Rest of the experience had me traveling entirely too much, so I didn't love it. Oh, really? Wait, in Classic, you mean, or? Talking about in Classic, probably. The Classic one, I've never really followed a guide in Classic, so I guess I've never compared it, but it's in, the Classic one is excellent. Like, holy fuck is it good. I can't believe how good it is. Like, it's actually fun. That's how good it is. It's like, man, you know, the tricks of travel in Classic are so important too, I feel like, is maybe the difference. The travel part, maybe you know of a better way to handle it, but typically in Classic, like, there's a lot of travel required, you know? So when and where you do it is crucial, and that's, I think, what they do best with that guide. Plus, like, the guy who writes that is actually the guy who is the record holder for Classic, whereas the live version one is not. It's people who are also good at it, but they're not like the actual best person at it. Alright, that's an upgrade. Staff.
Oh dear. It seems the parameters I wove into my out-of-office spell were a bit...
It's getting cold in here. But Classic is so different for speedrunning because you have so many different variables there. Whereas live, wow, it's just go. I still haven't put any fucking talents in, man. Okay, we're gonna take this one. Yep. And this one. It was quite eye-opening when we did the Pally Pals. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like how much faster it is than just kind of doing the zone and then seeing what happens. Because there's so many quests that require other quests. That's the thing in Classic. None of that exists in Live WoW. I don't even know what to talent into right now. We'll just put points at any random place. Heart of the Wild, I guess I should probably definitely take. I'm just wondering whatever happened to Azeroth Autopilot. It was free and really popular in BFA, then suddenly people were okay with purchasing a completed add-on. Yeah, so that guy, it was Juggalo, you remember? The dude who called you a cunt. But anyway, yeah, he basically abandoned it, and now some new people are making it, so they're picking it up for Dragonflight apparently. Did you not know that was him who made that? It's funny. I'll never forget that, man. I got like so many text messages from people. I was out that day. I can't remember where I was, but I got like 5 text messages. I was like, oh my god, this fucking guy is such an idiot. Azeroth Autopilot Reloaded. Yeah. Is it ready? Like, is it out now or what? The thing that I will say about that add-on, though, is you can't write your own guide for it. At least you couldn't at the time. So if they ever make it so you can write your own guide for it, then yeah, they're just going to win the market share. But for me, that's a really important part. Oh, the other thing that really sucked about Azeroth Autopilot at the time was it did not allow you to skip the quests. Like, if you skipped a quest, it would not skip it. You'd have to, like, I don't know what you would even have to do, but it didn't automatically skip stuff for you if you skipped it. So hopefully the add-on has improved since the last time I used it, and then probably better. You're using it now? Okay. What does it recommend for Thread the Fate? I'd really like to just do one zone and not have to do... Basically, Rested Experience wants you to do, like, the whole zones all over again, which I don't really want to do. Wait, he did what? Okay, I'm very neutral towards Juggalo, but I had no idea. Yeah, he was like... I don't even understand what the situation was. I was out that day. I can't remember where I was. I wasn't online, and I came back, and I had like 5 text messages from people in the guild telling me I needed to kick him out. I don't even know what they got. Like, there was some kind of argument. It was actually like something really fucking stupid. It wasn't even like a serious, like, I don't know what the hell the point of insults were at that point. Still working through my first character. Oh, I see. Not bad for a pre-add-on. Fair enough, yeah. The way I look at it, I know this is probably not going to be the way a lot of people look at it, but for me, like, paying a small amount of money, it can be worth it because when you pay for something, you know, there's a little bit of an expectation there. But when it's free, it's like, all right, well, it's free. What can I expect? You know what I mean? But when it's, you know, a little bit of money, it's like, oh, okay, well, now I can expect good shit, and I can expect people to actually care about what they're selling me. And so even though maybe, I don't know, $30 has different value to different people, but to me, I enjoyed the purchase, at least for the first time through. It certainly was worth it. It's just not perfect for the second time through. Or subsequent times after. Agree with that. I'd rather pay a bit for a better product. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. It was literally nothing. I just responded to something you said in guild chat. I was like, have you tried not being bad? Oh, that's what it was. You said, have you tried not being bad? And he said, have you tried not being a cunt? That's right. I probably still have the text messages. I just need to look at the people who sent them. It's like kind of just not, I don't know. Dude was weird. Oh, that procs a lot.
Beware.
Fun little talent there. But there was like a lot of people in the guild who hated him anyway, so it was like as soon as he did something everybody didn't want to see happen, they were immediately telling me I need to kick him. He has earned a beating now. Yeah. We can actually skin this guy. That's cool. Fire infused hide. Oh my god, this profession is amazing. God, this is such a good profession. I'll tell you, blacksmithing is... It's fun, but man, Dragonflight just absolutely nailed leatherworking, it feels like. I actually think like leatherworking might be just as good in Dragonflight as it ever was in Classic in terms of the different amounts of things you could do and make. The thing that I really liked about it in Classic, the leveling of it was horrible. It was not fun at all. But the end game of it is outstanding because there's all these different types of leather that are only there at end game. There's Warbear leather, Frost Saber leather. There's like a bunch of leather. Scorpid leather. There's a bunch of like leather that you wouldn't normally interact with while leveling, but it's all there for max level. And I think that's like the brilliance of it. Because it's like, oh, look at all these different things we could skin. And they actually give us different things that we might need. So I like that the most about leatherworking. Whereas blacksmithing is literally just 3 ores. It's kind of not great, I feel like. Yeah, dude, you got the best profession, Cop. I'm glad you picked it. I'm glad you got that one because it's gonna be hopefully you'll enjoy it moving forward. They can expand on professions, though? Absolutely. It can get even better, no doubt. And I'm sure it will. But it's just like, obviously, like if they expand on one, they're probably going to expand on everything. So that means like leatherworking has got a better start than blacksmithing, and they'll probably just continue to maintain that gap the whole way. Blacksmithing's cool. I love the concept of blacksmithing. It's definitely my favorite profession in the game, but it's just kind of sad how few things there are to actually mine and use in blacksmithing. I guess I didn't realize they got rid of the bar concept. It's just ore now that you use for things. You basically make the bars as the blacksmith now instead of as the miner, and those are called alloys. And you only really use those for the max level patterns, but I think the weirdest thing about the profession is that one of the 3 ores has no value for max level profession stuff. You don't use it for a single pattern that I've seen, at least. It's literally only the 2 hard to come by ores. Just that, I guess that, like I said, I guess it's kind of like Mithril compared to Trusil, or Mithril compared to Thorium. And then Arcanite is not really the same thing, but either way. It's not that unfamiliar, but it's just kind of strange when there's only 3 ores and one of them has no use other than leveling the profession. Is that like that for leatherworking too, Cop? Is there only, is like this leather useless for anything at max? Because there's these two, these are like the basic leather that you get, right? And then I guess you don't actually craft hides. You don't do cured hides anymore. It's just, you just get the hide and use that now. It's not like that. It actually wouldn't even make sense for it to be like that, because there's so many. I think that's the thing that's the best about the profession, leatherworking, is you can make both leather and mail, so it needs a lot of depth just by default, you know? You can't have that kind of skinny start to it like blacksmithing has. Just a shame for me because I don't really plan on playing the leather or male characters very much. I would like to play the shaman, so I think I'm gonna go hard into blacksmith or leatherworking on that character. But I don't really have that many plans on playing this character, so I'm just doing this for leveling at this point. So those chains are really crucial to doing this part fast. Again, it won't matter for a season, a whole season it won't be in, but you should definitely get in the habit of using them now. There's a 3-minute debuff on it, and this obviously is going to take longer than 3 minutes to get through these parts, so. There's another one here. Does a lot of damage and stuns the trash. It's gonna be like a budget necrotic wake type thing. More frequent use, but way less power, I guess, over the uses. It does like a good amount of damage and stuns the mob, so. It's part of the boss too, so it's like one of those things that they put in there to help you kind of learn the boss ahead of time. What happened there? I went back down to kill that one mob. Okay. The guy tried a shroud. That's actually interesting idea there. Could actually skip this without shroud too, which I think they will probably change before Mythic Plus. It doesn't look like you can skip it, but it's actually very easy. You just walk around the corner here. Strange. Oh, I think I'm getting experience from that demon dying. That's why I keep getting random experience. It's the fucking demon hunters thing. I'm getting experience for dying. Yeah, so... Oh, did they make that viable now? I seem to recall it being bad at the start of Shadowlands. What? What are we talking about? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. The demon thing? Oh, it's a talent, yeah. And that was the Covenant, right? So when you had to choose, you couldn't... It's like the Bone Dust Brew situation, you had to choose one, not the other. I don't think it was ever not viable, but... It's really strong for Vengeance, gives a full heal, I think. Oh, really? That's cool.
You dare interrupt my work!
Beware.
A weapon brought just for you! Temper this eruption!
Oh, that procs all the time. That's such a great talent. Holy shit. What does it say what the odds are on it? 40% chance. Okay. Just getting lucky, I guess. Doesn't change anything about the playstyle too. That's why I like the Spec so much. It has so many cool interactions that don't actually change like the order the buttons need to be pressed in. I kind of tuned Demon Hunter stuff out at the start of Shadowlands. Something about eating myself off of reality did it for me. Soured it for me. Yeah, no, I feel ya. That Spec is not really interesting to me at all, but... I'm actually going to play this character as Bear. I have to have a look at the bear skin options because I really like the High Mountain Tauren bear skin. That's one of the reasons I haven't played as a tank. Oh yeah, I forgot I have this. Need to use that. I don't really know when to use it, it's the problem. 5-minute CD is very long. Should I use Flap? I don't think can you get that it's any druid, or do you have to be balanced druid for that? No idea? Oh, okay. Oh, that was a fun talent right there. Seeing all those redos or regrets. What is this? What does this even stand for? I've seen this for years and years. FIS. What does that stand for? It's the name of the add-on, I guess. Something interrupt shout or something.
At last.
All right, we'll use Call of the Wild here.
The forges will ring today. Stay your hand or taste the flame. Be roast in flames. An embarrassment of riches. Embers grow to roaring flame.
Call of the Wild, or whatever it's called. Heart of the Wild lasts so long too. That's pretty much an entire boss fight. It's actually almost up for a second fucking... How long does it last? 45 seconds, yeah, so... Not far away from getting 2 Convokes in there. And beat the DPS there, no problem. Okay, another trinket. Oh my god. Getting kind of weird now. We already have 5 of these, Jesus. They will sell. Yeah, what happens if we do the cleanup? Okay. I don't know why I would put the Hearthstone over there, but sure. Oh, I see. Put all the grays in that bag. That's interesting. Wait, I should do these.
May your feet find good trails.
Still have not gotten leather hands, I don't think. I don't know what the game token's for.
I have many, many wares.
Can't even sell it.
Good fortune to our friends.
Alright, Ruby Life Pools again. Let's see. This one's usually pretty fast. The Darkmoon Faire thing? I know that. I mean, what's it for? Obviously, it's a Darkmoon Faire thing, being called Darkmoon Game Token. Okay.
Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Buying prizes? Oh, really? Okay. Didn't even know there were prizes. Transmog pets and mounts? Oh, cool. Hoorah. Hoorah.
If only you could have understood that I will not allow you to disturb Melectrusa's work.
It's dark in here right now. Silly non-lit keyboard. So have you worn the glasses much? How's it been? Whoa, what the fuck? So many small Easter eggs in Dragonflight. You see what OMC said there? That was a gray item that I don't even know where you would get it, but I remember that. And now it's a bag. Glasses definitely make a huge difference. I noticed a lot of difference when I didn't wear them versus when I did them with zeros. I was exhausted after 5 hours. That's interesting. I wonder how much of that. I don't really feel like I ever have. You mean like you're physically exhausted? Does that help with that? My eyes get pretty fatigued after long gaming sessions, but I have regular glasses, so I need to consider that more carefully. You did not, though they are not prescription, right? That is crazy, right? Yeah, it's interesting. Not prescription, okay, yeah. Yeah, they don't actually increase your eyesight, right? Your glasses don't have the reflected blue light on them. Mine do. They help a bunch for my eyes not getting tired looking at the screen. No, I don't think so. What do you have to do to get that? You have to tell your eye doctor that it's something you want specifically? Maybe they do. I don't think they do. Don't know how you would know if they do.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her.
Yeah, they offer it on the lens. It's not much more expensive. Okay. Interesting. I do need to get new glasses, I think. They're just so expensive, but I felt very good after like 11 hours leveling night 1 wearing them, and my eyes were very tired after not wearing them during our zeros. That's interesting. A good test there then. Is that not all a scam? You get 1,000 more blue light looking at the sun. Does little to nothing. I think it's no, I wouldn't call it a scam, but I do think it's mostly a placebo effect, yeah.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
But what is not, what there is science behind at least is the fact that like blue light is what achieves wakefulness. So if you look at blue light at like 2 a.m. or something like that, it has a like a bit of an effect on your circadian rhythms or whatever.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
That I can say, well, again, it could be placebo effect, but that again, I can say that has had a big impact on me when I, basically the way you do that is you try to go outside and look right at, like, not directly at the sun, obviously, but you try to get sunlight onto your eyes early in the day. And then, like, the random blue light from a computer screen won't really impact you. Reflecting blue light does help your eyes. It's proven, but it's a supplement, not 100% effective. Okay.
You are almost to the master of these minions.
I think what he meant was at the end of the day, your computer screen is generating far less blue light than random regular sources of light, you know? So it's kind of one of those things that it's like, oh, we should get this, but in reality it's not doing as much as it sounds like it might be.
The last pool is safe.
From what I can tell, it's more about like proportion of blue to not, like, yeah. It's about a, like, if you have no light ever and then all of a sudden you see blue light, it will fatigue your eyes, but If you're outdoors all day and then you come in and look at the computer, it's not suddenly going to change. You're not going to suddenly need glasses to not be fatigued by that. Thing is, they block UV rays as well as blue light. Yeah, I don't know that much about any of that stuff, to be honest. It's funny though, because this all started because of a conversation where we're now back to at the same place. It's like light is good for your brain. It's very good for your body and your brain. So I think most problems people have with light sensitivity is because of they just don't go outside a lot or they don't have the sun interact with their eyes very often. And it seems like all solutions to this are always derivative in that. Start with that. Get more natural sunlight into your eyes and it will solve a lot of problems. It's also having 3 screens and super long gaming sessions that amplify the effects. Right, but again, it's because of you. Like, if you did that outside, it wouldn't have any. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the sun is producing far more of it. The natural lighting sources in the world are producing far more of it than the computer's monitors. So it's only a problem because there's a lack of ambient light coming in, or you're not experiencing that throughout the day enough to offset the issues. Your eye's not used to it. You know what I mean? I guess is probably the way to put it. This I haven't studied as much as other stuff, but I have seen a few people talk about this, so. Actually running out of mana now. Just because we had to heal a lot more this dungeon. This hunter's barely present, it seems. 4K on that pack. Okay, that's interesting.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
Forgot to fucking pop that again. Is that guy seriously just gonna fucking... Where even is he? Sure, but there's also a condition, especially with red-haired, fair-skinned people whose bodies absorb sunlight, vitamin D, in a way that can make exposure to natural light somewhat toxic. I don't know anything about that. All I know is in terms of comparing the computer monitor to the natural sun, the problem there is simply exposure. So we, not just you, me, everybody watching this stream is likely indoors a lot, you know? And that's pretty much caused a lot of problems with everything related to light in all ways. Circadian rhythms, eye problems, you know, metabolic rates too. This is where I actually heard it talked about because a lot of people believe that like hormone levels are going crazy because people are not getting natural sunlight at all. So, I don't know. I'm indoors all day, every day. You need vitamin D. Yeah, that's one way to do it, but I think it's more than just vitamin D. I don't really know that much about that part. I do take a supplement that has vitamin D in it, but I think we still probably aren't getting what we actually need. That's yet another reason why golf has been such a big thing for me, because just like everything that's good about golf is stuff that WoW doesn't give me right now. So it's like a perfect coupling. The two go really well together. Do all the unhealthy things that WoW offers with the good things that WoW does give, and then golf handles the rest. Tough in the winter though.
Well done. Keep retaking the weapons. 2 more remain.
Oh, what's going on? Why is the rejuve just... What is happening? That's not right. That's not actually happening. Anyway. We don't absorb vitamins from supplements as well as we do from natural sources. Right, yeah, exactly. Of course, outliers where it's opposite do exist. Yeah, no doubt. So glad you get the balance from golf. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's been a big thing. Just being outdoors and walking around outdoors has been a big thing. Actually, like, the more I walk, the more I think I probably won't ever take a card again unless I absolutely need to. A lot of courses they will not allow you to walk, so. But yeah. Any opportunity I can to walk, I'm going to take it. Makes the round a little bit less fun, but it's way more healthier. Oh, what a surprise. Somebody pulled a pap. Look at this boss dies so fast that it probably doesn't actually come into play on these difficulties, but it's just so stupid to try to skip these paths. I have to take a look at count again, but it just seems like really asinine to even think about doing. Because one bad pull of a pat is going to be a disband of the key. So unless you absolutely need to do it to get under count, I don't think it's a good idea at all.
This land is mine. Tremble before primal power.
Ready to fire!
Incarnates, save.
Is there any reason ever not go to this one second though? Or this one first maybe? I feel like there might be a reason to do it because of lust.
Clan Nokud has used Onara's song to conjure an avatar of the storm. Blasphemy! The storm must be quieted and the elemental within it defeated before Clan Onir can join the Kanamatra. Their primalist allies have placed totems that protect this raging tempest. Find them and destroy them.
Guy like running here? What's he doing? Okay.
The primalist's power weakens. One more totem, quickly.
Pull that pack, right? Diabolical said he did a run where the guy like didn't pull that pack and it just aggroed and the tank just like refused to pick it up. It's like, oh my god, man. Normals. Craziness.
The final totem crumbles. Now Now take down the avatar of the storm.
I quite like the concept of this dungeon. I hope it won't be as bad as I think it's going to be for Mythic Plus. Yeah, they're just going to not pull that. Okay. I keep forgetting that's on the global too, so that's not helping my use of it. Tried to use it there, but it was on the global, so it didn't work. It's gonna happen here with this hunter. He's just gonna aggro because he doesn't see it. No, he's moving a bit. Nope, he's moving back now. Yep, he aggroed it. Okay. Let's help it get it off him. Saw that coming, huh? 3k DPS player, not aware of patrols. What a surprise. Hey Thor, what's up buddy? How's it going? That hunter could have feigned death. Ah, yeah, maybe I should have gave him a second to do that. I just knew it was happening, so I was like immediately waiting and immediately started getting it off him. So Druid now? Yeah, we're just trying to level all these characters that I want to have max level. Not much else to do right now, unfortunately. Like, Metro, love your Healy flowers. Thanks, man. I grew them just for you. Cultivated them in a garden just for you. We're going here? I don't know. Where's the tank? What's the tank doing? What happens if you try to leave the zone? Does anybody try to leave the zone? Oh, there's a wall. Okay. It better fucking port me back, otherwise I don't know how I'm even gonna get back. It dismounts you and you get stuck. Oh, perfect. If anybody asks, I'm just like, sorry, I went to a zero span. This zone sucks. Oh, what the fuck? I'm outside the dungeon. Wait, am I? Oh, no, I'm just at the start. Yeah, okay. Confusing. Are the dragons usable in the old dungeons? No. They're only usable in this dungeon. This is the only one of all of them. Well, that's an improvement. I certainly didn't get stuck, at least, yeah. I finished and didn't realize I was still inside, so I flew to the next dungeon. Oh, that's funny, actually. I didn't even think of it. You probably do that a lot. People probably do that a lot. That's funny. It's really funny because it says turn back. It's like, dude, I am way too deep to turn back now. You better fix this for me, because if you want me to turn back when I'm already in the Azure span, that's a little too late.
I am the messenger of death.
It's funny. Yeah, you probably were really bewildered, huh? It's cute. No turning back now. We are deep into the Azure, elbow deep into the Azure span. Yeah, exactly. Is that why the timer is 40 minutes for this dungeon? Did they consider that many people will get lost? 40 minutes is not even that. That's a tough timer, actually. You'll be surprised. But yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess they had to consider maybe people won't be able to fly or something. I don't know. Unless that's a different timer than it was when I tested it on the beta, but the timer was not, like, The thing that sucks about this dungeon is there's so much trash in it that it's really hard to figure out what you're going to do about count. So both times we upgraded it, we ended up way over count. I imagine that's going to hurt the timer a lot. Probably won't happen, but would be cool to see Druid get a new form sometime soon. Like an entirely different... You mean like not just a cosmetic change to the current forms? Like you want a whole new form? What would the form do? I don't know how long it actually takes. Only done it on normal so far, and it took 10 minutes to clear. Yeah, well, I don't know about Mythic Plus, obviously. We'll see. Can't turn back. Remember the G-Force we pull with Dragonflight. Exactly. Too late. I don't know. Just been Boomkin and Feral for a long time. Well, there's bear form, there's aquatic form, there's flight form. What would the new one do? You gotta think of something. Dragon form allows dragon riding without a mount. Ooh, okay, there's the answer. You got the answer. Cop did it for you. You gotta thank Cop for that one. There's even werebear form. Well, I suppose so. That's not really a different form. That's just a skin. We were talking about a different form, not just a skin.
Peace at last.
Cloak or chest. Big upgrade.
My children.
Something like that. I guess the Worgen took werewolf. Right. Wolf form. That's more like a shaman thing, though. Okay, I'm in the tree. Hello. Big tree. So you want Druids to have 5 specs now? Yeah, that's what they'd have to do, add a 5th spec. Don't think that's going to be on the table. They're already so versatile. Yeah, they do like versatility. Yeah, I have run into so many trees while dragon riding. I am beginning to think Sylvanas had a point with Teldrassil. Actually, yeah, I think she did, to be honest. But... Okay, I guess we can't jump up over that little ledge there. We're just behind it, no problem. Worgen are Druid, though. Isn't Druid of the Claw what started the Worgen curse? Oh, don't get Cop started on this. Gotta go do that Scythe of Elune quest in Classic again. Yep, don't get Metro started in the Scythe of Elune stuff. Okay, yeah. It's like the best questline in the game in my eyes. It's like definitely the best non-max level questline in Classic. And I didn't know it existed until a year and a half ago. Crazy. Still have no clue why Pandaren can't be Druids. They are already a bear. Yeah, I don't know. Jitters! Tiger would be cool. He's supposed to play again, but I think he's been having trouble with planar fasciitis. Don't get you two started on getting each other started. You're fucking right about that, buddy. You got that figured out. They're already a bear. Is actually the reason Blizzard gave. Oh yeah. It's a good reason, I guess. Rob, bruv. Bear in that, in it. Because Pandaren isolated themselves off from the world for a few thousand years while the Druids came into existence with Malfurion learning from Cenarius and spreading it. No, it's because they're a bear, yeah. don't even know what that conductive shell is. Bears are greater than complicated thoughts. Yep. I mean, that's kind of why the spec is popular, right? Like, it's really the only redeeming feature of it. Is a bear. You know, I always used to put that on the tier list. No matter how good they were, I'd always give them like 1 point. 1 point of like credit because is a bear. It's kind of fucking cool to be a bear, like, right? I mean, that's pretty badass. We need to get the buff again, so that's it for this group. Oh, by the way, off topic, do you have any tips for pulling the knockback bridge thing in Halls of Infusion? Just make sure you fight, like, especially as a tank, you fight near the kind of pots in the middle, like, you know that those prevent the knockback, right? So make sure you tank it near that. And unfortunately, as the DPS, they're going to have to be a little bit more cautious about that because they can't really also stand on top of it. The Drakes, they do a frontal, so it takes a lot of damage if you just stand right underneath the Drakes. Oh, we ding finally there. That was a fucking slow-ass level, man. 66. Wait, no, it's not. 65 was fast. 64 was slow one. Is keeping 3 stacks of Icy Talons that important? I have no idea. Bears are better than beats, and then those things are all better than Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar Galactica, what the fuck is that? That was like some sci-fi show or something. Referencing The Office. The Office was actually set where I live. It's really weird. No idea why. Gotcha. I was trying to just like move lane to lane, but got knocked off and meleeed. There's also a knockback. Yeah, there's a couple things that can knock you off and stuff, so you gotta be careful of that too. But in terms of positioning, you just stand right next to that pot the whole time. You live in Scranton, yeah. Live in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Scranton, the Electric City. Yep. It's weird, right? But anyway, yeah, the pot thing, like, I don't even know what it is. It's like a well or something like that, a bunch of water in a pot. It prevents knockback, so you can just stand right there. You just move up from 1 to 1 to 1 until you're done. But the DPS have a lot of trouble with that because they're not going to really be able to stand directly under the boss. Scranton Strangler, Metro uses Strangulate. I never watched the show. Is that something from the show? Okay, we don't have an interrupt on this character, so hopefully not gonna have any issues. Yes, it's from The Office, I see.
Now I have a story to tell.
Who's stealing our meat?
Yeah, and the run back is horrendous, so it'll be a learning curve as a DPS. Hopefully by the time Season 2 comes around, it'll be less severe. Maybe they'll even change the run back. Oh, that's what's going on. Whenever it heals, it extends. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Oh, that's fucking cool. Holy shit. But it's a bit buggy because it doesn't look like it extends it. It looks like it just resets the cooldown and gives it a smaller duration. We wiped on it and Velocity kited the mobs all to the entrance. Oh my god, you serious? That's so... Dude, tell him don't ever fucking do that again. What the fuck? It's a gauntlet. Oh, that is such a bad idea, dude. What the fuck? And that is like... That's the DPS curse there when DPS just refuse to just wipe, huh? That's funny. He had mega raging floody boys. I could imagine. There's probably like 40 of them by the time he got him back there. Bloody boys or something. That's funny though. It is more fun that way, is it? It's a lot harder too. I don't know, fun maybe too, but hard is definitely in play. Yeah, so that's a really good tip. We can actually soothe that whirlwind, but you got to do it after the cast is over. He starts the cast and then he does the channel, and you want to get it right as the channel starts after the cast. Hey, a group that does damage. We've had some good groups today, actually. This is definitely going better than yesterday's. And Trank. Well, yeah, any soothe works, yep. That one would wind up on the spreadsheet for sure. Disband because idiot, what's he playing now? Warlock? Idiot Warlock pulled mobs all the way back to the entrance. That Fury War was pumping earlier. Yeah, we've seen a lot of good ones today. I mean, you should see our group. Latsu is playing a DPS Druid. He goes back and forth between Bombkin and Cat when he realizes my Baron Velocity Presence Evoker's out DPSing him. That's funny. Sides on Unholy DK, and Velocity is a healing lizard. Oh, he's the healer now. That's funny. Yeah, that does sound like you got a interesting group of people. And what do you pug the last slot, or is there somebody else? We pugged the last slot, that's funny. This shit is so dangerous, man. Tell Latsu he's playing the wrong leather DPS. Do you do most of your damage in cat? I don't even have cat form. Well, I have it, but I don't take any. No, I'm not playing cat form. It's all Bombkin. I love this Bombkin Infinity looking thing. Oh, a mace. That's funny. We got that yesterday. Everything in Bombkin form. I love the animations of it. I love the like spectral form thing as well, whatever that is. I'm just gonna straight up die to this, looks like. This is definitely the hardest one to heal. To be honest, I'm doing zeros on my Resto Druid at the moment, and I only get in cat form on bosses, even if I wanted to. And I can only get in cat form on bosses. Oh, really? Well, that's the cool thing about the Bombkin form. It's a lot more like the healing, you know, like you don't have to like go into melee for it or something like that. Probably shouldn't be using this for offense, but fuck it. Oh, no, that's really, 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 really bad. I know how good your DPS is. You gotta do interrupts. Can you do the Moonfire buff talent like Bears get his Resto? No, it's not there. I wish it was. That would be insane. You're talking about the one in the bear specific tree, right? I don't think there's any buffs in the class tree for Moonkin or for Moonfire at all, but I wasn't sure if it was also in Restos. I wish it was. That's the thing that I do wish. The talents are like I've been saying, the talents are like 9 out of 10. They're really, 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 really good. But they would have been 10 out of 10 if there was actually a possibility of taking talents that are for a specific spec as the spec that you're not. That's not that. That's the one thing about Classic that I do like a lot. You can actually take a lot of, like, you know, you can be a rep pally and take a talent from a prot spec thing that's, you know, going to end up helping you potentially be a red pally that's a little tankier or something. Like the video, let's get the algos up. You can do that if you want, but because like 30% of my damage is legit just Moonfire. I just have to apply it once and it starts popping off. Right, yeah, Druid's known for that nowadays, it seems. That's how it is for me as Resto too, and I don't even have any talents that buff it. Would you put mayonnaise on french fries? Yeah, sometimes actually, yeah. It's good, mayonnaise and a little ketchup or a little hot sauce. I've done that before. Mix them a little bit together, nice little. If they're like really plain fries and they're like just like shitty, just wedges of potatoes, you get like, they have like fucking Chinese restaurants. You gotta get fries from a Chinese restaurant. It's literally just like a slice of a potato. That's the time to put a little bit of flavoring on it. Mayo is a god condiment. I don't care what people say. Who says anything but that? Does anybody say something else? It's like saying like Dragonflight is a good expansion. I don't care what anyone else says. I don't think anybody disagrees, do they? Does anybody disagree with you? So many people try to say mayo is gross. Really? Isn't mayo just like literally like eggs? What are the products of mayo? I don't even know. It's like very, very basic. You can make it yourself. Eggs and oil, yeah. Tough product. Mayo on an egg sandwich, nice. Just put oil on an egg sandwich, then you have both eggs and mayo. I am one of those people that you don't like mayonnaise. Mayo bottom tier, oh shit. What do you dislike about it? It's OP in baking as a substitute? A substitute for what? Chocolate chips? That's gross. What the fuck? Chocolate chip mayonnaise cookies? That's fucking disgusting. I wonder why people disagree with you all the time. Oh, eggs and oil? Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I jumped to conclusions quickly there. Interesting route there, right? Yeah, I think this is the better way to go up here. It's slightly slower, I think, but this is the better way to finish the dungeon coming from this direction. There's no gauntlet part up here, right? It's only from the other direction? Or is there also one that I've not seen? Where'd this guy come from? Yeah, is there? I don't, it's hard to tell because we're pulling the whole fucking dungeon. Some people's mistake when it comes to it is they think Miracle Whip and Mayo are the same thing, which they are not. No, obviously not, yeah. What even is Miracle Whip? It's some like margarine type thing where it's like literally just worse than the original product. So we talked about that the other day. It's like, what the fuck, man? Let's take this naturally occurring food that's slightly unhealthy and completely take all the natural parts out of it and try to act like that's more healthy somehow. Let's make something in a lab that somehow tastes better than the original one and expect that to be exactly the same, only healthier. Sounds good. That sounds really logical. Yeah, it's a branded version of Mayo, which just isn't as good. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I see. We weren't even in the part where the gauntlet part would happen. Shit. That's aggroing. But yeah, no gauntlet. Definitely better. I think that's the right way to do that. How was Resto Druid in Legion? I don't really remember. Okay, do they have any really good utility in Legion that is going to help them in those 2 dungeons? Shadowmoon Burial Ground, I don't think they're going to have much. Where are these people? It's like if someone had a fantasy RPG series, saw WoW was popular, and made their own MMORPG, it just wouldn't be as good. God, those are dangerous words you're saying out loud there, buddy. Careful now. What are some other games you used to play or still do? World of Warcraft, yeah. I used to play it and I still do. I guess you probably mean besides World of Warcraft, huh? Cop-traversal in chat? Yeah, he's really cop-traversal. Which is surprising because Miller Cop had a good game last night, but they just couldn't get the W, which is... I think Trace Jackson Davis fouled out. Fair besides that. So I never really, to be honest, like games, I don't really play many games. The games that I would be interested in besides World of Warcraft would be like Warcraft 3. I used to play a lot. But that's kind of not really got much going on with it. So besides that, basically like any Pokemon, like a Pokemon experience, not really the Pokemon games that Nintendo makes because they're awful, but like an actual Pokemon fan game is always like, if I ever quit WoW, I'd probably just go like start making Pokemon fan game content on YouTube instead. That would be like my the second most interesting thing. And then past that, it would be like the Dark Souls games. So I've been making a fan game, a Pokemon fan game since 2016. And then I made a Dark Souls 3 mod. And also a Crusader Kings 2 mod. And then a Final Fantasy Tactics ROM hack. So pretty much like all of those games would be non-WoW related interest to me, but I don't really ever play them. I go through these bouts where I play like Crusader Kings 2 like a ton, and then I don't play it again for like a year. And then outside of that, it's really, I haven't touched Dark Souls 3 in years, and the Pokemon fan game, I just don't have, I need somebody to help me test it basically. I played through it like 3 times on my own, but I just can't be sure that it's working well, as I know all the difficulty of it. Anyway, I played the OG Pokemon on Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64, what was that one? Pokemon Stadium or something? Renegade Platinum is a really fun Pokemon game. Yeah, I don't think I played that one. I haven't played a Pokemon fan game in a long time. Pretty much as soon as I found out how to make my own game, I was like, all right, never playing a fan game again. But they're really good still. Pokemon Reborn. I need to. It's sad that I never finished it. Me and Arno used to. Man, I have such good memories of playing that game with him. It's so sad. That's always that and the World Cup. Those go hand in hand for me because we used to. Belgium and the United States played each other in the World Cup back in whenever that was, 2014, I guess, or something. I don't even know. It was during MOP. I know that. And or maybe it was even by that point it was during WAD. But anyway, yeah, we used to get together and we'd just record Pokemon Reborn for hours. And I remember the World Cup was going on. And we're like, all right, let's take a break, watch the game, and then we'll come back and record more. It was like great memories. What do you think of Crusader Kings 3? I didn't even buy it. I'm not gonna even buy it. Crusader Kings 2 just had so much more moddability out of the gate, like, you know, compared to Crusader Kings 3. And I've spent so much time modding 2 that it's like I'm never gonna buy 3. Okay, what's going on here? It's too easy to mod 2, and I'm too used to it for me to ever try to learn 3. Did your Dark Souls mod make it easier for bosses to dodge arrows? You know you have played WoW too much when you base world event dates on what expansion was out? Yeah, I guess you're right. You're not wrong about that. I do that all the time, dude. Like, there's a lot more serious moments in my life that I still compared to expansion times. Could you show your talent tree? You'll actually be able to see it when we're in the dungeon. It'll be on the left here. Here it is. I do the same. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing it for so long that that's like the most reliable way to say it, you know, like, because I don't even remember what year it was. I have no idea what year these things happened on. I just remember what WoW expansion was out at the time. Because me and Arno used to like randomly do WoW stuff together too every once in a while, so I remember that very well. I remember when he first told me about Pokemon Reborn. I was doing Siege of Orgrimmar on the PTR, so it was like not even in the beginning of MOP. It was the end of MOP. So probably by the time the World Cup thing happened, that would have probably been during WoD, I'd imagine. But I don't know though, because Siege of Orgrimmar was the longest raid ever, I think, right? 13 months. Is running Boomy better for DPS? I've never tried Feral, and I never will. I just don't like having to go in and out of melee and shit like that. Not interesting to me on this alt. Are we really gonna do this? Okay. So for me, Bombkin is very good, and it's hard to believe that Feral would be better, to be honest, because I'm doing insane numbers at times. Having Starfall and the full moon thing, it's like, wow, that's really good for some situations. Currently working through Pokemon Blaze Black 2. The ROM hacks always remind me how much I actually suck at the games. Yeah, they're very difficult, and they're certainly a lot more repeatable challenge than the vanilla games. That's why I started to make my Pokemon game, because I wanted there to be a challenge that was more in line with what I liked about the difficulty of those games. And we've been doing it for a long time, but it's not been touched in a long time either, so. Nostalgia kind of carries a lot of games for me, to be honest. Like if a new Dungeon Keeper came out, I'd probably not like it. I dislike Dungeon Keeper 2, but you can still go back and play hundreds of hours of Dungeon Keeper 1. Oh, really? I don't even know what that is. Well, actually, one more addition now. I forgot about this. Diablo 2 has been like a recent addition to my conversation. I never played that game. I never even thought about playing that game for years and years and years. And then I randomly saw this cinematic that made me interested in Diablo 2, and all of a sudden I found out how good that game actually is. That game is like legit a fucking masterpiece. Like, it is unbelievable. That's got to be one of the best games ever made, I think, in terms of systems. The gameplay and the combat are not good, but the systems are like, wow. I can't believe they didn't take a lot of the stuff from that game in WoW. I don't know why they didn't, to be honest. Having that version of crafting is what WoW always needed, and it's weird to say that, especially now with how good the Dragonflight system is, but it's so strange that they didn't do that, where you can basically like turn gear pieces into other gear pieces. You can re-roll gear pieces. That's like the best thing about that game, is that you can literally just kind of turn three gear pieces into another gear piece. I think that would be like, that would be such a good feature for WoW. It's very strange that it's not in. Especially after almost 20 years now of gearing issues. The Diablo 2 Reforged or whatever was fun. Yeah, that's the one I played. The original one I can't imagine playing. The graphics are shit. But the good thing about Diablo 2 that's extremely, extremely unique for WoW, or for Blizzard products, fully moddable. Everything about the game is moddable, which is very rare. Like, I don't think there's another game out there. I mean, I guess Warcraft 3 you can make custom maps, but you can't really change the actual game. I guess you can. Yeah, okay, that game's pretty moddable too, but sounds like something that could be an iteration of a new WoW crafting system. Yeah, and it's like if they didn't add it, in Classic, like it would have been perfect in Classic. That would have. It's like, think about how bad gearing was in Classic, right? Like, imagine if you could have just turned all those shitty pieces of gear into an actual good piece of gear. Like, that's all it ever needed. That's literally the way you solve gearing in Classic. It's crazy. And it was in another Blizzard game. I can't understand how that never came in. I don't understand. It's obvious. I wish they had the crafting, gemming, and dye systems from Diablo. Yeah, there's like so many things from Diablo. I don't know dye system, what that is, but all I know is anything that's in Diablo 2 should just be in Diablo, or should just be in WoW. Minus, I guess, maybe gear being not, there's no binding on account or binding on pickup or anything. That, I don't know if that would work with WoW, but other than that, basically like every crafting element of Diablo 2 should just be in WoW. It would be such a much, much better thing. I think the thing that they got stuck on, though, is they wanted to make all these different crafting professions. Like, you needed to make blacksmithing and leatherworking and all be unique, right? Whereas in Diablo, there's just crafting. There's no professions. And they kind of got stuck making it more of like a fantasy thing than an actual functionality thing. It might work in WoW. It works in RuneScape. You buy a piece of gear for a niche thing, use it as long as you need it, then resell it. Yeah, it could have worked in WoW if they remade the game, you know, all these years or something, but I don't think it's ever gonna be something that they'll add now. Certainly, like, way too late, I think. So how is the new class? Have you tried it? No, I haven't really tried it. The current classes are too good for me to want a new class, you know? But it does look like something I would like to try at some point. I'm kind of scared to try. I feel like I'm not going to like it. My initial indication on it on the beta was like, this class is not very interesting. I thought it was going to be way cooler than it was. The race is fucking insane. If I could play every class I have as that race, I would do that. But the class is kind of, I don't know. It would be really good for a leveling challenge, let's put it that way. If they ever allowed it to be start at level 1, I would probably play it. But since you're not allowed to start at level 1, then it's kind of shit. I was thinking about doing a leveling challenge, quote unquote, where I just do a bunch of zones with party sync on at level 60, just to see how it plays in content I'm familiar with, but they just have to overhaul the actual stat system, which isn't really reasonable. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Mythic Raiders would be so rich, just passing down their heroic gear when they get a piece. I mean, that's how Diablo works, yeah. Exactly how Diablo works. But I think the economy is extremely different in the two games. That's probably the bigger difference.
Beware.
DPS Evoker is boring, Preservation Evoker is great, and is very complex. The most complex healer in the game. Interesting. Do you want it to be complex though? I don't think I would want a healer to be too complex. I think a DPS being complex is probably a good thing, but a healer being complex, that's not. That's how you lead to the situation we've seen where those healers are fucking clueless and they're just not using half their spells on me. But they do seem to have a very interesting kit. Metro, the big CD they have is, yes, exactly. They have a lot of Death Strike-like abilities, which is why I hope that they will be played better, because I'd like to see them in keys. But as of right now, we have a lot of, I guess, people who are not learning them very quickly. Let's put it that way. Rune words were hated for years leading up to D3 because they invalidated entire... Yeah, well, the rune word system is a very interesting idea, but it is kind of strange. Just notice you have Pepper in your group. She has so many alts, it's actually pretty impressive. Pepper? I still run into so many evokers who don't know they can lust. Yeah. Had a couple of big issues now with them. I guess it's just interesting to play something new. The game needed something new. Yeah, I disagree with that. I think, honestly, if that's the only reason you came back to the game's probably just not for you anymore, right? Like, there's so many things in WoW. I'm sure thousands and thousands of hours of things you've never done before, but you're not interested in doing them. So that probably makes me think that you're just not in love with the game very much. How long would it take to dungeon level? It's probably like 8 hours. Seems like it's about 2 hours slower than questing. I still get so confused when an invoker picks me up and ferries me. Oh yeah. Oh, that sucks when you're eating, so they can stop you from eating. What the fuck? That's not good. It will take a long time due to the mental fatigue and need to go strangle someone or something. To dungeon level? Dungeon leveling is fun as a healer. I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. I'm shocked at how much fun I'm having with it. I didn't think I would have much fun at all, but I figured I'd just do it because it'd be good stream content. But no, it's actually fun. Like, I could see myself leveling all healers this way. But leveling tanks, it's horrible. That is never going to happen. I cannot do even more than one dungeon as a tank while leveling. Right, and so Dialot says something that's exactly how Classic WoW was. That's why I said, like, it's weird that they didn't anticipate that same issue in Classic WoW, where there's some items that are just objectively better than others, you know? Like, they're not even, like, they're supposed to be the same quality, but they're not. You know, that happens in all the Blizzard games. Maybe use low eye level gear as a tank? Nah, that's not, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm not, if I want to do challenging dungeon content, I'm just gonna do Mythic Plus, you know? I do tank dungeons, like, first 3 levels. I was 60% of the group's overall as Prot Warrior. Yeah. That's another problem. I don't mind, like, carrying the group in hard content because it feels like I'm doing something, but carrying the group in easy content just is fucking boring as shit. Just feels like I'm not doing something that I should be doing with my time. There's been good groups today, though, I will say, compared to yesterday. My god, yesterday's groups were awful. We had like 5 or 6 groups that were like some of the worst groups I've played with in years. People who like didn't understand basic mechanics like keeping threat or like establishing threat, not even keeping threat. The guy would literally just run by the mobs and not even do damage to them. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? At least one of your DPS know to kill seeds. Yeah, this group's pretty good. It's basically, you pretty much only need like 1 good player in each group, and it feels like it's pretty efficient. But when you have 0 good players, and especially the tank is like lost, it's like, oh man, this sucks. Other than that, it's been actually really fun. I have to say, I've been having a lot of fun doing this. Like I said, I could actually see myself doing this as like a way to level all healers. But I don't know how long that will last. It probably won't last very long. Like 6 months from now, I probably won't feel that way anymore. It's just that there's not really any actual challenging dungeons in the game right now, so it's like this is the best we're gonna get. Playing a healer. Biggest issue with the spec is always that I try to use spells that are not available yet. They have a bunch of small CDs, like Wild Growth and Swiftmen are small CDs. What is the actual CDs of these spells? Wild Growth is 10 seconds and Swiftmen is 15 seconds. So I constantly try to use those spells when they're not available, and then I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Kind of like throws me for a little loop there. Now that I have learned to tank, I find myself thinking, what the heck is that tank doing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing that sucks about tanking normals, is like it's very often you'll just end up being frustrated by the rest of the group because the content is so easy that it's like I just can't look at it the right way. I can't have a healthy viewpoint on it. The dungeons as a healer is actually not really easy. Like they're, you know, there's a lot of things you can do that keep you on your toes. Still dispelling, still DPS needed and everything, so it's actually, I have to say, this is fun to just play as like a pseudo DPS. It's actually like really fun to play a Resto Druid as this. Like if I had to focus only on healing, I'm probably not sure I would like it as much, but that guy's spell reflected that. That's interesting. Alright, so that is us 67 now. We'll do one more, then we gotta get going.
Oh dear.
What just happened?
Seems the parameters I wove into my out-of-office spell were a bit extreme.
What happened? Why are we not getting ported?
In getting the school ready.
Then I'm gonna just finish these characters in with professions, I think will be how I finish them. Because I have a ton of materials, tons of leather. I'm pretty sure I can make a full set of gear myself, so. And even if I didn't, I just made 8,000 gold from leveling this character through dungeons. I don't know how that compares elsewhere, but that seems pretty good. Leatherworking is the shout, though. I'll tell you, if you want to level through dungeons, definitely take engineering, or definitely take enchanting and leatherworking, because you basically get all the materials you need to level the profession a little bit to get experience for free just from doing the dungeons. It's kind of wild, actually. And there's also a new, look at this. You guys haven't seen this. This is awesome looking. Kind of like get the UI out of it, but I kind of can't. It's pretty good looking. Like the disenchant thing, it looks awesome. That's new, right? I'm pretty sure that's got to be new. All right, last one for the day. Well, unless it's super, I guess if it's super fast, we can do one more. Maybe we'll do two more. Are we gonna get season 2 of Cop tanking? We were talking about that before you guys joined. I hope so. Need Cop healing now. Oh shit. That's season 2 right there. He switches to healer. I'm thinking it will happen at some point for sure. It's just not my focus at the moment. Yeah, no doubt. I feel like that's something for the end of a season, definitely. Don't worry about it now. Although I thought we did agree that, you know, learning the dungeons of the tank would help you a lot too, so. Jake, hello, welcome. What's up? I hope so. It'd be cool to see his entire journey, because I imagine the anxiety will still come into play. Well, certainly. We never really got to our goals for that series either, though. Like, the goal was to do all the 20s and to not have me as part of a lot of them, and we never got to that part. So it'd be interesting to see him tanking without me as, you know, especially a way to learn the dungeons. Hope you're enjoying Dragonflight. I absolutely am. Yeah, you don't have to hope. It's happening. This is, like I've been saying, this is somehow, I knew I was going to love it. I played it a ton on the beta, and I still love it more than I expected to love it. What eye level did you get your DK to? 372, but I haven't really put a lot of effort into gearing, to be honest. Tomorrow I'm going to fly around and do a bunch of world content. Hopefully we can get a couple more pieces, because I still have blue trinkets and blue legs on, so... I already completed Lore Master. That's cool. I don't really enjoy that as much, but I definitely would want to do it at some point. Just gotta bring myself to do it. One day I went to see Copy like, yo, it's season 17. I'm gonna smash these keys, right? The confidence needs to continue to be built, yeah. It was so good, Lore Master. Yeah. Is it easy to find all the quests? Because I don't know where these fucking quests are. Like, I'm trying to figure out what quests I didn't do, and I can't find them. Dragonflight doesn't count towards Lore Master meta for some reason. Oh, no. No, it's not. Not even all the side quests are even in Sojourner. Oh, shit. So there's even more side quests than the ones that are... Wow. That's what makes me kind of not want to embark on it, because I feel like I'll just miss quests. Like, I don't know how I would even find them. That's why I said that guy's channel who made the locations for all these things is blowing up. Oh, is that what you mean? I don't know who Mr. Beast even is, so I guess I didn't understand that comment. I have all the things installed. Oh, there you go. Finally time to install that add-on. I've been wanting to install that for years. I don't know why I never did. Or are we just not going to fight these? See, this is what I'm saying about this whole tanking thing. This is not faster than just killing them pack for pack. I had to use YouTube to find some of the quests. Yeah, that's not gonna... I won't be doing that. But yeah, that's interesting. All the things. That's a good one. I used to have it, but never used it really. Sounds like a good time to use it. It's just like a good add-on to have. Like, it should just be a feature of the game. Like, something that measures everything that you have. Because that's like... why this game is good. Is like long-term progression, and collection is probably the best long-term progression the game features, because it never resets. They don't remove, well, not normally, they don't remove things, you know, like that in a way that you would ever have to start over like you do with gearing or with like player power in general. So like, yeah, if you really want like true long-term progression, that's the place. You go to fucking collection, and that's what all the things is best for. Pulled the boss without the player in the instance, which is not surprising to me, but it's probably going to leave that guy, made that guy leave. Maybe not though if the queue times are really long. Have a nice day. I'm going to get into WoW and start playing as well. Alright, well thanks for stopping by. Okay. Hopefully I'll enter.
Always wins. Nice work. That frog has been a real pest.
A lot of people will try to zone in and they just assume it's bugged or something like that, and they'll just leave.
Want to see something nifty? What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
Is this a partial guild group? I don't know. No idea.
Leave this to me. See you turn. Who's
hallowed place. Keeper Tyr's secrets will be protected.
Beware. Beware.
I love that you put on the professions equipment when doing the professions. It's quite nice. It fucks up your transmog a lot, but it's still pretty cool.
Stop where you are.
Beware.
You could talk to people. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to turn it off. It's just I don't think there's a good solution to the small problem I have with it, which is doesn't really exist, so it's not a problem. But it just like fucks up. Like, you know, I have no helmet on, and then all of a sudden I have a helmet on. It's kind of weird.
We can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
I love the herbalism helmet though. It's really nice. I'd like to have that transmog permanently, I guess is what I would say. Is there a way to do that? Is there any way to do that? I don't like that it changes, basically, I guess, at the end of the day. But I do like it. I would like to have it. It's just not temporarily. Dangerous, I guess. What's going on? Oh god, that sucks. I did get the Starfall off though. That's like my favorite spell, man. I wish Starfall was just an actual spell because I would love to have it. I would take that at the talent 100%.
Protocol. Defend.
Oh yeah, that's the transmog I got. It's fucking awesome. That's so big. I love those long lances, man. It's so cool. Reminds me of the there's an item in Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 2 actually. No, it's in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, it's in Dark Souls 1. Great Knight Halberd or something. Black Knight Halberd. What was the name of those items? Black Knight Halberd or something like that. It's fucking awesome. It's like massive. It's like super fucking long. I always wanted something like that in WoW, and that's close. Doesn't look like that item, but it's, yeah, got a similar shape to it at least.
Whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
I'm still waiting for Blizzard to implement my bear fall spell. It's like Starfall, but for Guardian, and it's tiny bears fall from the sky, casting Thrash. That's, yeah, you're right. You're going to be waiting a while for that, actually. But that's cool. I like the idea. Clever. Very clever. Can't go that way. This way. Hey Genfu, what's up, buddy? How is leveling as a healer? Actually, really fun. I'll tell you. I could see myself doing this like to level all healers. It's really fun. The dungeons are just hard enough to be engaging, and it's like kind of fun to do DPS as a healer too, you know? So certainly a lot more interesting than tanking. That's a crazy idea, but man, would that be cool? It sounds funny, right? Rain bears from the sky, man. That sounds like a nightmare. Some kind of nightmare. I think I just enjoy like putting up dots on multiple targets. I think it's like affliction excites me for that same reason. Oh shit. I didn't realize it did triple regrowth as well. Don't give the Sci-Fi Channel any ideas. Soon they'll be making a made-for-TV movie, Bearnado. Is this the classic music still, or is that actually some like remade version of it? Sounds a lot deeper and like more. I think this is the classic music, yeah. It's hard to tell. You hear Dragonflight music for so long, and then all of a sudden you hear classic music again. Strange. That's even like Cataclysm or something. What is this? Out of combat movement speed. Unearthing lost tomes of Tyr. Is that some buff that we got from a profession? There are profession buffs in, which makes me wonder what's going to happen with Mythic Plus. And I guess there's going to be that in Court of Stars too, so. Oh, right. 4 o'clock. I'd have the lights on for fucking the stream. It's a mining buff, yeah. I want to change the Mark of the Wild icon. I'll change it to like a purple instead of a pinkish. I like the icon, but I think the color, I just don't like pink, really. I don't really like pink. There is a node at the start, then one near all the bosses. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize there was a subsequent one after that. Is it just the regrowth hot that it gets applied? I guess so.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot allow that to happen.
So I just don't know who this guy is.
Now the disc is lost to time, just as you are about to be. In all timelines, you failed to stop me. Beware. You will be lost in time.
Yeah, we got that. He likes to say things are lost in time. We get that part. Okay, but I'm gonna close my eyes for an hour. Sounds good, man. Oh yeah, you're gonna stream tonight. Sweet, I'll be there. No stream for me tonight. We're gonna take a couple days off. We'll be back this week. I guess Tuesday there's not gonna be any maintenance. It looks like it's gonna be short. I really hope the the maintenance on the first launch is the first week is not gonna be too long, but I guess it's probably gonna be huge. Probably gonna be all day down all day again. Huh?
The sands will scour you from this timeline. Can you feel your fate closing in?
Let's quickly do one more and that'll be it for today.
Impressive, but in vain.
Probably won't see 68, but we have plenty of materials for profession stuff, so we'll be able to get this to 70, no problem. Whenever I put that time in.
Punches, lucky goose and rope. Farewell, friend of the grammar.
I did zeros on 2 tunes. To be honest, I don't think I learned any deadly mechanics since everything just falls over. Yep. They're too easy. I mean, we got a big problem with this game nowadays, man. It's not good, but all good, you know, whatever. We'll learn that Mythic Plus. We're going to put the time in anyway, so it's just going to be a little bit extra learning. I mean, 4 of the 8 dungeons aren't even in Mythic Plus, of course, so not really that big of a deal, but... Oh, you don't even have to... That's like fucking... I'd rather be on the thing, I think. But you don't have to be. Alright, last dungeon. Last normal dungeon will do for a very long time, I'd imagine. Earthbound Primordial Core? What is that? What the fuck is that? Why don't I have that on my DK? Some rep thing that I probably don't have enough rep with yet. Tomorrow we need to have a look at that. It's getting some rep. Need to find the most fun way to do it. The rep system does seem very good in this expansion. I just really don't want to go flying around looking for quests. But I guess they're probably not like... They're probably like really easy to do at max level once you're low geared, right? So maybe it won't be as unfun as I think it will be.
Intruders! Where have you come from?
They really stepped up professions? Oh my god, they're so fucking good. Yeah, 100%. So much new stuff, 100%. It's a lot closer to how they started with the classic version. They were really, really boisterous in classic too. Really robust. The only thing that I'm disliking about blacksmithing is that there's only 3 ores. But other than that, it's spectacular. Actual crafting and how it works is my favorite thing about it is the fact that you have to actually go places to craft. I love that. That's like one of my favorite things about crafting in Classic. That's partially why I always like blacksmithing, because you used to always have to go to an anvil to craft, and you still do, but... I haven't actually made anything with leatherworking. They don't have to do that. They only have to go for certain things, I guess, huh? Pavel, what's up, buddy? Long time no see. Yeah, what's it been, like 12 hours? Welcome. How you been? Fortunately, it's the last dungeon for today, and I won't be streaming again now until Tuesday, so... Just so we know, on the same page. Lame. Yeah, sorry, I only streamed like 50 hours this week. Really not cutting it. Yeah, tomorrow I want to make a video on my Dragonflight thoughts, because it's such a common question that it seems like a video could do everybody well. That war, yeah. Told you, Windwalker's always good. Every single Windwalker I play with has been above average at least. How do you feel after a long day of streaming? I don't know. I almost always. You mean like compared to like I'm not sure why you would ask that. I stream a lot, so no, I don't know. I've gotten used to it. If there's any actual effects on anything. My throat is the thing that's really been the worst. I thought I was gonna have serious issues on Wednesday because I could barely talk at all without discomfort. But it just kind of went away after Wednesday for some reason. Warrior leveling, I did 6 of 8 mythics, but only 345. Nice. Yeah, I haven't leveled the warrior yet. I probably won't get to it this week. No, I definitely won't get to it this week. Not sure when I'll get to it. Not really in that big of a rush to level the warrior because we already know how powerful it is, so it doesn't necessarily, you know, it can get to 70 whenever, and then we just hop right into Mythic Plus with it, no problem. No gear needed. Is it worth to farm Cobalt Assembly Ring? As a tank, it was dramatically worth it. Yeah, that ring is really powerful for a tank. People try to like walk right by this as if nobody's gonna aggro it. I don't really get that. Just pull it. That's gonna be people are gonna pull that all the time by accident in Mythic Plus. This is a Draenei warrior? Oh god. Actually looks better than I thought it would in plate. The Renowned 7 rare for Iskar has a trinket that has another 80k absorb proc for tanks. Oh, nice. For Iskar, is that's the fishing rep, right? Last for me will be Oldham and Bracken Hollow. Hope to get some. Nice, good luck. And you'll still have one more week anyway, so you'll probably get everything you want between these 2 weeks. Maybe like a trinket you won't get, but... 1300 mastery. The second stat numbers are enormous. Well, they are, but they don't give you a lot of percentage. You're just not used to it after all these years of stat squishes. We used to have thousands of stats on gear back in MOP. Okay, we're pulling a lot of stuff here. Better Trank. What did that guy just do to heal himself that much? Touch of Karma. Oh, refreshing health pot. What the fuck? Yeah, I guess those are pretty good at this level, huh? Oh my god, I fucking never actually use this spell. I try to use it, but it's just the global keeps tricking me. Is that Windwalker some full rated mythic gear? Not really. That wouldn't even really be good gear for level 70 stuff, but or levels. That's not even very good damage for that level, but got some gear, I'm sure, a little bit more than others. Yeah, no. There was people doing like, wait, oh, this guy's level 70. That's why. I see. Yeah, he's pretty geared actually for level 70. I didn't even realize what item level I was looking at. I just immediately assumed he was level 60. This guy's actually very geared. So that's kind of scary because if that's a really geared character and they're still only doing 16k, it's kind of weird. Windwalker are broken. That guy's not doing very good damage at all though. That's the thing. So, I don't know. My DBM isn't working in dungeons. Oh no, sorry about that. You probably have the module that you need turned off because there's so many fucking modules now. It just looks like he's doing good damage because everybody else is doing fucking horrible damage. Scaling on details is very poor in Dragonflight. Level 60s are doing 5x what level 70s are. So that's just how the game works now. Yeah, that's not details. The second you ding 61, you lose a ton of power too. So that's maybe another factor there that you're not thinking about. But yeah, like if you have never done leveling dungeons before, that's always the case. Like you go do a dungeon at level 10 and a dungeon at level 59, you'll see there'd be a lot of weird things going on. It's because the mob's health are scaling, so Blizzard and Details try to just make it look like they're doing damage that's relevant to your version of the mob. And because that's not possible, you know what I mean? Like that's a mess. You have the weird numbers. Some people do like 100k DPS at level 10. His actual damage is not showing because you're 70. His damage relative to the mob is showing, and that's that number there. So I'm level 67, so I don't think it would be much different. Algathar Academy was the easiest Mythic Plus for me. Maybe they need to buff it. I don't know. I think it's pretty good. They're all very easy. They're all a similar difficulty other than not go head offensive in my opinion. That's the only outlier one, but even that one is still very easy. It's barely even noticeable how much easier or how much harder it is. It's just hard because the trash has a lot of mechanics that if you don't do, you can easily get overwhelmed. But when the trash dies so fast, like it's dying now, it's like hard to even notice that. It's gonna be bad for Mythic Plus, that's for sure, because that trash is gonna really make or break keys. It does feel like Resto Druid is less mana hungry than the before, though. I don't know if something's changed there, but it used to be real bad. You doing more after this one? This is the last one. Yeah, I gotta get going for dinner. Time to figure that out. Definitely like healers that have a lot of instants too. That's why I think I like Holy Pally and Resto Shaman, and obviously Resto Druid's even better. I did full Mythic 0 tour on my healer Evoker and it felt really comfortable, yeah. What level am I? 67, yeah. I guess we'll ding 68 and then that'll be it. Need to turn some DBM components off. You sure? Not off, on. Take a look at the... Here, I'll show you. Let's give this guy the healing he needs here. I'll show you. If you haven't looked at the fucking situation with DBM in a long time, it's wild. Watch this. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, it's probably like 50. I'm not going to count them all. There's like 50 different things for DBM now, so make sure you have the right ones on and off. Like, DBM timers are working for me, so what would be the difference, you know? That's why he's in here, okay. That makes sense. A left balcony and he goes to the right, okay. Good example of tanking nowadays in keys, or in low-level dungeons, normals. Is this where it is? Yeah, this is where it is. Oh no, this is where there's another quest that's here, I see. This guy needs both balconies cleared. I don't even know what that's for, but it sounds good. Apparently you could... I'm pretty sure that's a rep quest, because I remember people saying that's for a rep. Or from rep. Alright. Okay, let's get moving here. And do this shit here. Last dungeon of the day. Surprised this guy can't solo this, to be honest. Oh, that's just like legit. You just need to collect those out in random places. What the hell? What does it do? Inker module. I don't know what that even means.
Stay your hand or taste the blade.
Has 354. I feel like I'm taking too little damage and can easily self heal. Hope they weren't. They're actually buffing paladins, so that I think should tell you more about how easy the content is. You think Paladin's overpowered because you're not taking any damage in the content, but that's just the content being very easy. They're actually buffing Paladins.
Roast in flames. Feel the burn.
It's funny, every time the shield flashes, my face lights up on the screen. Oh, we didn't even ding 68 there, shit. Oh my god, we must have got 20 trinkets today. Has to be 20 trinkets. Alright, cool, let me refresh this buff and then we're done. So thank you for watching, guys. We'll be back Tuesday with hopefully some, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know what we're going to be back with, but we'll be back with something on Tuesday. Tomorrow I'll have a video, hope you guys will check that out. Otherwise, yeah, provided there's no issues Tuesday, I'm sure there'll be something that has not been in the game yet on Tuesday or something, and we take a look at that, and then we gotta do some zeros. So, thank you for watching. We will see you guys soon. I hope you had a great first week too, man. That's the big thing.